Two and one, yes, sir. Billionaire and then Turtle, yes, sir. Another guy.
Okay, the time is 6 p.m. and we're going to get started. Thank you all for being here this evening. If you'll go ahead and stand, Mr. Scarborough is going to come and open our meeting in prayer.
Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening. We thank you most of all for your Son. Lord, we thank you for the people you've put us around. We thank you for the responsibility you've given us with our students and our colleagues to work together. Lord, we ask for continued guidance, continued strength. We ask for just your Spirit will fill our hearts and our minds and lead us in the direction you wish us to go, so that we are serving as best we can the people around us and the students you put in front of us. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, at this time, we're going to call the meeting to order and establish a quorum. Those present this evening: Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Donna Gillum, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Announcement that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. At this time, we welcome anyone who has registered for public participation. There's none, and we don't have anybody registered for public participation this evening. We will go into item 5, our recognitions, and I believe we're going to start with the UIL marching band.
Good evening. Tonight we recognize the outstanding performance of the Navarro High School Marching Band's conclusion of the 2025 marching season, achieving improved levels of excellence and growth with its field show Rise. The band, at 81 members strong, delivered superior performances throughout the competitive circuit, earning a First Division superior rating at 3 pre-UIL festivals prior to the First Division rating at UIL region and advancement to the area round. At the area contest on October 25th at Calallen High School, they ranked 15th place out of 28 bands, demonstrating a 37% or 7th place improvement in results from the 2024 area level. This accomplishment is a testament not only to the students' commitment, but also the unwavering support of their families, our incredible band booster members, and the strong foundation set by our wonderful directors, Mr. Jason Adam, Brad Arnold, Izzy Robledo, and Yara Neves. Our student leaders joining us include drum majors Kaylee Henley and Aiden Ditch, Captain Lucas Cantrell, section leader Brooke Brown, and freshman representative Scarlett Chandler. Congratulations to the Navarro Panther Band on a memorable season. Okay, and this evening, the Board of Trustees also would like to recognize the season's achievement of our Navarro High School cross-country runners under the coaching staff of Jason Magin, Alma Platt, and Jesse Escobar. Following the district meet, 9 runners advanced to the Region 4 4A meet on October 21st in Corpus Christi, including Liliana Leslie, First Team All-District, Academic All-District, Peyton Wyatt, Academic All-District, Elizabeth Conley, Academic All-District, Leslie Hernandez, Jennedy Sines, Academic All-District, Damar Espiel, Dakota Garrison, Robert Leal, also First Team Academic All-District, and senior Lilia Flo, who placed 3rd at Region, qualifying for the state meet. Lilia finished her high school career with an 18th place finish at the state championship on November 1st in Round Rock. She crossed the finish line with a time of 11 minutes, 52 seconds, improving her time from last year's state performance by 52 seconds and 53 places. Additionally, she's been named to the Cross Country Coaches Association of Texas All-State Team, All-Region Team, Academic All-State, First Team All-District, Academic All-District, the Texas High School Coaches Association, First Team Academic All-District, and holds the school record. We are very proud of all of our cross-country runners and their extreme commitment to their sport and each other. Please join us in congratulating these extraordinary athletes and coaches. Parents, you can come up and get some photos if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, parents and students, for being here and receiving those recognitions this evening. We are going to go into the discussion and information portion, number 6 on our agenda, and we will begin with 6A, Made in CB Manufacturing Day, an event update, I believe, from students that were in attendance. Okay. You guys want to come to the microphone and tell us about your day?
Questions? Our experience at the Made in Seguin Manufacturing Day was very helpful, having insight towards our future careers, as it really well showed us that not every job would be in a pure facility mainly for IT or manufacturing. Some industries just have a manufacturing plant with a little office inside for the IT guys, and then the guys from manufacturing are outside as they're being controlled, the machines, by the guys on the IT.
Personally, I had a very good time in Made in Seguin Manufacturing Day. I think going around seeing how different places work, how they operate, considering their computers, their cameras, the math aspects of it, the physical aspects of it, I had a wonderful time. And I would say Hexa was my favorite, working with the microfibers and watching how they run through these machines, and there's a million little fibers running in this one machine and somebody's crocheting it. I feel like I learned a lot from different manufacturing things, and I liked it. I had fun.
My experience overall, I had a pretty fun time learning about how different things were made and how we could visually see the process of how it was made. Personally, I would see manufacturing as a personal career option. I really like the inspection process. I'll see how it looks like, make sure it's ready to go. My highlight experience was I really just I like walking around. They were just saying, this is my job. I like my job. I like doing this in my job. And I'm like, okay, if you like it, that seems pretty good. Some things I like to see changes was I want to see more companies, only limit to the 3. It was pretty good, but I want to see more options. I want to see someone making a car or something like that. Just something more engaging into it. But I liked it. Overall, I had a really fun time. I like learning. Thank you.
We appreciate you guys being here tonight. Does the board have any questions to ask any of the students that attended the the manufacturing and representing there. All right, well, thank you guys for
Thank
being
y'all.
here and sharing with us. We appreciate it. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into 6B and review and discuss the demographic report.
Evening, members of the board. Dr. Upton, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Trent Smith. I'm with Zonda Demographics, and tonight I'm going to go through your report. I'm going to try to take a pretty high level, pretty quickly through some of this, and then we'll get a little bit deeper in as we go. But if we can go to the next slide. Oh, never mind. I got the controller right. Economic conditions in the area. You can see, we're really very close. It's basically flat as far as unemployment goes. The changes have been, tenths of a percent, but we're riding along there right at that 3.9 to 4.0%, which is considered full employment. And so, actually things have been relatively good over the last several years, and that continues to go on. There seemed to be a lot of economic uncertainty out there just because of the political environment and all those types of factors that we're seeing with the tariffs and all of those factors. But overall, we're still seeing a very much, doing well as far as employment goes throughout the region. I'm going to jump into the housing market. Across the country, we've seen pretty flat as far as new home starts, and that's that top graph there that you can see in the kind of turquoise color. And then the graph below is the average monthly sales rate across different price points, and you can see the different tiers of the market. And again, we saw for so long, we saw this just going up and up and up and up and up. And over the last several months and over the last year, it's been relatively flat, and it's got a lot of people worried just because it's flat. And so what is interesting about that is that a lot of this seems to be that we were just so used to this skyrocket of growth that now that we're seeing a little bit of slowdown, a little bit of pause, there are a lot of buyers on the sidelines right now waiting to see what's going to happen with future interest rates. But there's also a lot of sellers on the sidelines who have a 3.5% interest rate. You're going, why would I give that up to go have to buy something for 6 or 7? And so that just makes it a very interesting market that we're in right now. And this is just a kind of a national look. We still are nationally, we're still about 1 million homes under the demand. And so, across the country, that's, you see it around here for sure, but across the country, we're still undersupplying this market, and that is leading to, some of those higher prices that you see also. Now, here in the New Braunfels, San Antonio area, actually moved into a fairly, what I would call a healthy market. You can see that top graph where we had that spike of annual starts right when COVID started, and then we saw the drop because of couldn't get supplies. Then the interest rates went up, and it kept that drop down for a little bit. But we managed to keep those closes on a relatively steady flow, and kept caught back up with that amazing inventory that we had for a long time. But you can see now, this year, or at the end of the third quarter, we had about 18,845 new closings and about 18,200 starts. And so we're right in that, when those two things are pretty level with each other, that's a pretty healthy market. And we are seeing it is a little bit down from where it was last year, but it's not, it's very minuscule. It is just, basically we're flat across that time period. Not necessarily a bad thing, because there is some price correction that's happening, and it's starting to work. So some of this interest rate is starting to work, starting to get those prices down and level, and now we're hoping to see a little bit more of a drop so we can get back into that. The advantage that the new home housing market has is that a lot of these production builders can buy down those interest rates. And so right now, the new home market is accelerating much faster than the existing market because of those interest rates. Because people don't want to sell, they want to hang on to the free money that they're getting at whatever their low interest rate is. And so they're not putting houses on the market, and then the new home buyer and the new home manufacturers are saying, well, we'll buy down that rate for you during this time. So it's definitely working out that way. And so when you look at the interest rates as a whole, even though we like to complain about 6-point-something% interest rate, we're at, historically, 6 is very low. And so we tend to forget that. Now, one of the reasons we forget it right now is because the valuations have gone up so much. And so there is a kind of a, you're not really taking advantage of those 6% when your valuations go up at the rate they have. But all of this is trying to make a correction that's going to definitely not lead us into what we saw in, say, 2008, with a big problem in our hands. It's a much more analytical, much smarter take on the market. I do want to point out on this slide, this next slide here, that there is an error on that last graph. So the closings or the starts didn't calculate down. And so the actual number on that last column is 683. And so really, you're really pretty much level between starts and closes here in Navarro ISD. And so I just want to put that before we went any further. But you can see, though, that you're on your way to really exceed the number of homes that you had last year. And so when you look at where we're at this time of year, now it does tend to go a little bit slower in the fourth quarter because you've got all of the holidays and things. But it looks like you're on track to at least make it to or get a little bit above that 850 homes that you saw last year in 2024. So looking at the district overview, and so this is showing you where your active subdivisions are and your future subdivisions. Those that are highlighted in green are your active subdivisions. The yellow ones are your future subdivisions where there are no homes being built quite yet. Now, if they're outlined in red, that means they've got bulldozers on the site, they're cutting lots. They're developing those futures into vacant developed lots. So that's what the outlines mean. And you can see there that the overall home market here is very healthy, doing very well, accelerating a little bit, even in these difficult times. And you've got a lot of that, you're still in an affordable area if you compare yourself to the neighboring districts. And so that is also helping drive that, drive this kind of growth. But right now you have 11 potential future subdivisions that are already, have a plan in place. They already have lots drawn up. And so that translates to about 7,300 lots, future lots that you have in stock right now. You have 17 active subdivisions with 290 homes under construction and about 1,200 vacant developed lots. So you're in a very healthy position for this construction to continue on in the near future. Now we're going to look at a few of these up close. And so we'll start with Sky Ranch. You can see the image that was taken there in October 2025 on the left. And so you got 1,200 homes there, and they're starting that right in the front part of that. There would be, there is a long drive into that neighborhood, but right at the front end of that is where those first lots are being cut, and you can see those roads going in. And so groundwork's underway on the first 103 lots there. They anticipate to start building homes in mid-2026. The next one we're going to look at is Navarro Ranch and a couple of different pieces of that. You've also got Jarrow North there with 113 future homes. Groundwork is also underway there on those first rows that are being put in. And you've got 100 in Navarro Ranch, that Pastar side is 130 total there with 46 vacant developed lots, 22 homes under construction there with 62 occupied homes. So, and that's a Lennar that is very strong in this area. And then you've got Navarro Ranch, the main portion of that down there on the south side of this particular image, of about a total of 1,400 lots there with a little over 200 lots still remaining in there. They've got 102 vacant developed lots with 84 homes under construction. So these are very busy, lots of things happening there with groundwork underway on the next section. The next ones we're going to look at are Riverstone Ranch at about 1,450 total lots there. And that's the developer is Red Oak Development. And so those lots are under evaluation and looking to put the final plans together. Then you've got Geronimo Heights with 100 total future units. That's going to be a multifamily unit. It's probably going to happen likely in most cases in these, in these mixed-use developments. They'll go ahead and start moving forward with the single family first, and then once that's pretty close to completion is when they'll start on any kind of multifamily. Although this does have the possibility of some commercial in it as well. All right, now we're going to look at some multifamily. You don't have a tremendous amount of multifamily. What you have are some features there, and you've got about 900 total features. We just spoke about the one at Geronimo Heights. We've also got a couple of more in the area we're going to look at after that. Right now, they're all in the future stage, and so they're planning those and looking at them, but you don't have any under that have started construction yet. And so let's look at those other two. One is Lily Springs Apartments. It's about 272 total when it's done. No recent developments have come about with it. And then the Dwyer is 220 total units there. And the used to be Seguin multifamily. And they're estimating to start that in early 2026. And so we'll keep our eyes peeled to see when that actually gets underway. All right, now let's look at the enrollment forecast. One of the things that you guys did is you exceeded our forecast a little bit, which I will tell you, you're one of the few. And so right now in our current educational environment, you guys are kind of a unicorn, not to steal the neighbor's mascot, but most of our districts actually came in a little under our forecast. And that has to do with just the overall environment that's in public ed right now. And I could speak for another 30 minutes on this. I'll pass. But if you have questions about that, please. We're doing a lot of work on that side of things this year. But you guys are kind of in outside the norm with the growth that you've seen. And a lot of that is because of where you're located. You're in a great location. You're still a small school. You're still a rural school, and so you're getting a lot of lifestyle. People entering the district for that lifestyle that you offer, as well as the reputation of the district prestige. So that is, both of those things are really helping you, along with still being affordable. And so all of those factors together make this, you're going to continue to grow at a pretty high clip. So let's look at that on the next slide. When you look at the forecast overall, one of the things that that I want you to notice is that in a district your size, when you see that the largest and second largest classes are in your elementary schools, that's the sign of a growing district. And that is the telltale sign. You can see, just go back about 3 years ago, and all of your two biggest classes were freshman class and 8th grade class. And so, things have, you can see you were hitting 140, 180 kids, and then all of a sudden you jumped to 250, then about 270, and now you're at 370. And that's when you start filling these lower level classes, because all they're going to do as they go through, the majority are going to increase as they go through. And we saw that on the last slide, where if you go back and look at the overall numbers of your survival cohorts, you can see if they're above 1, then that means they added students between transitions. And so that's going to continue to happen as these larger classes now that are in your elementaries, as they move forward through the district, you're going to see them continue to increase in size. And then now, once they get to high school, you'll see a little bit of attrition, and that's pretty normal. But in most cases that we see, especially today, the freshman class is almost always the largest class. And that has to do with a few of those freshmen last year didn't get all their credits. And so they get pushed back by snapshot. They're still considered a freshman by the state. And so that happens quite a bit. All right, let's look at the campus level. Navarro Elementary had 816 kids this fall. We're looking at 900 next fall. And then, of course, you're going to open up some much needed capacity and get to 684 in 27-28. But you're going to be right back in trouble when you hit 28, 29, really in 29, 30, you're going to hit 777 there. You get over 900 in 2032 and over 1,000 out there in 2034. At the intermediate, you're going to hit 852 next year, and then
Can I just pause you?
Absolutely.
Can you help explain to them that that is under the current structure that we have, the campus that this is not the split out plan that we
Correct.
have, that they will not be able to give us that data until we do break out
Right.
our zones for the new elementary. So this would be
Right.
if we retained the current structure of elementary and intermediate.
Right, that's right. So this is no change to your grade configuration. And obviously, we won't be able to predict those numbers until we actually look at boundaries and things like that moving forward. So,
Thank you.
yep, no problem. And so that's why you see the, Navarro intermediate and then the new intermediate, they have the same exact amount of kids. And that's because we don't have those zones. So we're just saying, total capacity, this is what it's going to look like. At the junior high, right now you're at 707. Next you're going to be at 803, hitting 1,000 in 28, 29, hitting 1,200 in 2030, 32, and that's some of those big classes that But when you get to 2032, those classes are now going to be in that junior high level, and so that's a pretty significant jump that you're seeing there. And then by the time you get out to 2034, you're going to be at almost 1,400 and over 1,435, 36. At the high school level, you're at 791. We're expecting to get over 800 next year, and then over 900 the following year, over 1,000 the following year. So you're adding, what feels like 100 students a year. It's not quite that, but it's getting pretty close. When you hit 28, 29, you will start hitting that mark of over 100 kids a year for the next few years, hitting 1,100 in 29. And then when you get out to 2031, 32, you're at almost 1,500. And by the time you get out to 35, 36, you're going to be over 1,800. All right, wrapping things up. You guys have grown about 1,200 kids in the last 5 years. We expect that trend to continue and accelerate quite a bit. Your housing numbers are looking like they're going to be higher than they were in 2024. Again, relatively rare in this current market, and so that's going to continue that growth that you're seeing. You have 495 homes that are in active inventory, and about 1,200 vacant developed lots. So that's a lot. Just as a reminder, that's a lot that's ready to build on right now. So it's got streets, utilities, everything's ready. They just got to start a foundation. And then you've got about 7,300 futures planned, and so those are right around the corner. Those are the next ones to be built. As far as the overall growth goes, you can see, you've got. We expect you to reach about almost 4,700 by 2030, 31, you're going to be. You're basically growing at all grade levels across the board. All right, are there any questions?
The Lily Springs, that's still the PFC, right?
Yes, sir.
The other one you called the Dwyer one, the other multifamily, but you called it something else, Seguin something. Is that a PFC too?
Seguin Housing.
Is that just owned by a different corporation that's named Dwyer? So I didn't know if it's just another PFC. That's
Formerly used to be Seguin Multifamily.
Yeah, Seguin multifamily.
But it says Dwyer on there, so that's why I was.
Right, and it on the slide it says formerly Seguin multifamily.
But that's not a
so it's-
PFC that you know of.
Not that I'm.
There you go.
Okay.
The way I originally remember when they built the one across the street,
Mhm.
that it was gonna be part of the same complex.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's,
Right.
That's
I remember
right.
it being, this is like phase 2 of that
Mm.
same complex.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because it's just right across the street.
I will say when we were meeting with the construction attorney for the district last week, she said that as a whole, that PFC movement has kind of taken a chill. That was the best way she described it. It was just, they're not seeing them pop up as quickly as they were. So whether that was some adjustments to legislation, she didn't have a specific correlation, but she did say she's not seeing as many of them pop as they were.
And I know you said that there wasn't really any movement on the PFC. Do you know anything beyond that? Is that still moving that going forward?
No, those numbers come out in July. And so I'd have to go back and look and see what the differences were. But overall, there has been a little bit of drop in those because just due to the current uncertainty of the market.
I did see Mr. Kirk at a volleyball game, and he said that it was progressing in the city, so I do think that they are continuing to build.
Any other questions? Okay, future,
Thank
future boards and future educators are going to have a beautiful. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we are going to move forward with discussion item 6C regarding board communication. And as I understand it, this was an item that one of our trustees added to the board to finish a conversation from our special meeting that was last week, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. That was me.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to, one of the pieces that was brought up as a remedy and all that was work on our communication as a board. And so I just wanted to, have the discussion amongst us out here so that we can be better, because that was one of the concerns that was brought up was 30 days passed, 27-ish days passed before we responded. And so, I read those policies, and I didn't see anything. I believe I talked to Clint off to the side, just, had he experienced anything, and he thought there was a policy, but those policies I read didn't really have how we want to do that. And, we talked in that meeting that we were under the impression that when it came to group emails, that we should, let the president, or if you're unavailable, the VP handle it, stuff like that. And so, but that, then, when you listen to everything, there was some stuff that was sent to, in a group that not everybody was included in. So, I just want to have some uniformity. I want us to be able to have that discussion so that the public can know what to expect, maybe. And so that's all. I didn't read anything in the policies that really dictate that, and I don't know how we dictate that. I want to be better.
I agree with that. I think the policy, for lack of a better term, with the president being the person who responds to that stuff, my assumption, which that could be wrong, but my assumption is that stems from the policies where the president is supposed to be the spokesperson in public, I guess. I know it's in there, and I read it, I just don't remember the exact wording of it. So I think that probably stems from it. I know when I first got on the board, I would respond to almost everything, and it would just be, thank you for reaching out, and if there was somewhere I could direct them, I would direct them. Just because, to your point, emailing and not having a response. And typically those, I went back through my emails and looked, typically those were really direct. What can you do? Who can I talk to? How do we fix this? So there was a question to answer. And I got to the point where if somebody was just firing off about something that they wanted us to know about, but there wasn't really like a request for a response to it, it would just be, thank you for reaching out. Just because I didn't want to step in it, not being in a position to respond for the board as a whole at that point. So I don't think that there's any downside to acknowledging that we receive a communication. I think that we just have to be careful when we're doing that unless we're in the position where we are the person speaking for the board, that we don't speak for the board.
Sure, but in that situation, for me, it was a very direct and, that was a very complicated matter. Yeah, that's a good word, matter. And so, and I don't know, that's one of those things that, just looking for direction. If let's just be honest, y'all probably don't want me to respond to everything I get.
Did you guys ask our board legal for any guidance on that when you guys met with him?
We talked a little bit about it. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, I know we discussed it, but I don't know if he gave any specific guidance. I think he said that it's something we would need to have a set procedure on. I don't know if it would necessarily be a policy, but just a standard operating procedure. Right.
Which, those meeting we talked about, because we're working on revising the board operating procedures. We
Correct.
don't even have like a editable copy of the thing that
Doesn't
we currently
exist.
have, because it is so old. To come up with what that is, because I will say this, there is one thing, yes, the board president is the only one that should be speaking, or the vice president, I guess publicly, in terms of like media and things like that, about board actions and things the board has moved on. When it comes to some things like this, I think there needs to be some clearer steps, because your perspective as far as a board member may not be mine, and I don't believe technically you have the right to speak for me as an elected official.
Well, and I think that's what we
And so I
need to
think
talk
that's,
to each other.
yeah, so I think that's, right, and also often we get those emails and we don't, because I don't think we always know exactly. Board policy outlines very specifically if someone comes and does public comment and it's on the agenda, then we may comment on it and then we, things like that. But there's not really a whole lot about the other types of communication, but we also don't need someone emailing and then getting like 7 different blasts of different information, and so what that looks like in terms of something that, like the issue that we were dealing with, where it is a big global issue. And I think that's one of the reasons we did talk about it in open session in one sense, was to try to address that a little bit. But I think the emails, I don't know when the email was sent, I don't remember the timeline exactly, it was sent
It was
after.
prior to.
Which was good, that it was a response, but I feel like that type of communication, because outside of this forum, we're not all supposed to get together to kind of talk about that. It's not like you can even as president call and go, hey Donna, what do you think about this email? And hey Clint, what do you think about it? I mean, you can't do that either and still stay within, the legal bounds that we had. And so working out what that looks like, I think would be valuable in terms of our work that we're doing on these operating procedures.
Any other input?
Based
Well,
on,
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, I agree with Lacey that we need to have something, so we have something to go by. Not that we just, every time a person changes or the board changes, we've talked about it before, as we move forward, we need something to follow. It's not really rules or policy, but it's a standard operating that we're going to do things this way and that way we all know what to expect.
And if I may say, your constituents know what to expect.
Right.
This is an unusual district in that you are not single member. Typically, in a single member district, you would notify your representative and say, I have some concerns. And so it would be less likely that you would be notifying the entire board. And in this case, and we do have these where sometimes I'm included, sometimes I'm not included. And a whole board is notified of concerns, and sometimes it isn't questions, it's just comments, right? And what is that response supposed to be? And it may even be a uniformed response, as you guys discuss your operating procedures, as far as a whole board, we cannot respond to your email. Thank you for sharing the concerns. Here are your outlets to, be able to, if you come in public, this is what we're allowed to comment on, what we're not allowed to comment on, just so people understand. And then those final statements, which in this case, we were already communicating with this individual at the district level about where we stood and why we stood at that level. But redirection back to, here's who you can express your concerns to,
And that is in our local policy, about
Yes.
redirecting the concerns to who they.
but it may be, as you guys discussed, that operating procedure, maybe a agreed upon paragraph of what goes back out. And that, I realize that may frustrate some folks, but to follow what was just discussed, it really can't be a walking forum to give you a unified board response. And so I think it is important that people understand it's not a disrespect of you're reaching out, it's just that there is no way to give a unified board response in email.
I think one piece that's kind of missing there is that in the absence of, having it brought to us the way that it was, I would not have necessarily known that you did respond or didn't respond. And so I think part of that procedure is some way for us to know for sure whether or not a response was given, and then possibly what the response said. And I don't know, that might be a question for legal. I don't know how, once the response is made by the president or the vice president, whoever it is that is going to respond to these, how the rest of the board can be privy to what was shared, you know, without you, because you can't email all of us, because now we're a walking forum, but then how do we get that information so we know, A, yes, it was responded to, and what was given. That way, if there's a follow-up or, you know, they catch us on the street, you know, whatever, we can kind of speak to and have some knowledge of that. So I think that's part of the procedure too, not so much that we would say something that we would all disagree with or that we don't trust you to respond, but being able to know what is being done, I think would be helpful.
It's
Well,
just
and I
sharing
think in the
ideas.
broader sense of that too, not just like what I would respond, it's whoever's, you know,
Yeah,
like
whoever
the president, whoever the
yes,
president
whoever the
is.
president is.
Because I agree with Mandy, that was kind of where I was going with this whole thing was, I think that they can respond to, hey, thanks for reaching out, really appreciate it. But on this particular issue, please redirect to you, or you should expect an answer from Melissa, the president. You know, some sort of canned answer like that, that's where I was going. But to Lacey's point, I know we talked about it a couple times, there's been some emails that only like, some conversations, some issues brought up, and one of the things that was in the code of conduct that I read today was communicate concerns to each other. And I remember there was one instance where there was an email to 3 or 4 board members and not everybody was copied on. I wasn't included, I know that. But we didn't know anything about it until it got to board meeting. And so that's the other piece of that. And how do we get better there? So that's, I think it's multifaceted to me. It just not resolving that one issue, but a whole communications plan.
We did try something, which got squashed pretty quick, because it kind of appeared to be a walking forum. We tried it like a bulletin board type thing. It was, well, this is 5 or 6 years ago, but it was, you know, questions asked of the superintendent, and then they would go in there and post those questions so everybody could look at it. It was kind of it wasn't a good idea, so it got taken away real quick. I'm just telling you
There
what we.
actually is a workaround for that now to be able to re-implement that, but it's such that we post our question and then they, when I say they, administration or whoever, Dr. Blake has her team, have access to it, and the person who can answer it does. We can't edit the document after that. Like, we can't comment. However it's programmed, we can only input into, hey, this is my question. You know, can you get this information for me? And then the rest of us can see who posted from the administration team, but we cannot respond to each other's questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, and that also is already, you know, an issue as to the new legislation. So you now have the portal that is on our website for parents to go. They need to be parents, it can't just be community members. The law is very explicit about that. But the parent can go in and say, I have this question and I want it directed to the Board of Trustees. Or I want it directed to a specific board member. Or I want it specifically to a principal or an assistant principal or the superintendent. So we are to pass that to you, but here we are back again. If it is, I am making this comment to the board, or asking this question of the Board of Trustees about how that gets responded to. And I know that, you know, Ms. Sartain and I discussed when the question has been answered by the district in a public communication to families, being able to reissue that out and say on this date, the issue you are bringing up was addressed, and this is still our stance as a district. And you know, making sure that I sent and say to you guys that was sent back out in response to this question, I think is one way we can help to shore that gap. But I think there are going to be conversations across districts as this new portal is implemented and as those questions come to be about, you know, does that then need to become an agenda item? You know, so that it it can be discussed amongst the board for an answer. And I do believe you did that in this, in that you did bring it up as an agenda item, and there was a discussion of the agenda item. I think your process was the best way to handle it in an open forum and address the topic that was being brought to your attention.
So my question was going to be, because we're adopting later in the agenda, we have policy, I think, 126.
Yes.
And I think the change in the policy that requires us to have the portal for parents, I think that's probably a big one too, is people knowing how the best way to get us information and to ask questions of us. And I think how we promote that, but then also to kind of hear the process as to how we get that information. Because I was sitting there thinking, am I supposed to be going into a portal somewhere and looking to see if there's information for us, or how is that?
No, and it's been posted since the law went into effect September 1st. So we get an alert if there is a question posted into who it is for, and then we would distribute it at this point in time. We have not.
Okay.
So
Where do they go? I'm looking on the,
if you scroll to the bottom of the website, you will see the parent portal.
is it the Ascender parent portal?
No.
Are we publicizing that
It's
anywhere?
under the parent resources.
We
tab.
have
It's
not,
in
based
several
on meeting
places.
for
Waiting for the
date.
policy.
It's also under the board.
If you go to board, it's there too.
So I guess my final question would be, we're talking about it, we have good movement. What's the mechanism holding us accountable to take the next step to actually complete the discussion?
So if you'll remember our last, team of 8, that was an agenda item to, rework those operating procedures. So we did retype those and send those to Ms. Orozco so that she could notate the things that are out of date and need to be updated. So we just need to schedule another team of 8 training, and I would recommend dedicating the time to that particular project alone if possible, because I think as we add other agenda items, time just runs out and we end up not being able to address it, so.
Cool.
Where is it again? Is it under
Is
grievances?
this the parent comment portal?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the parent, this would be easy.
I think one of the other things that might work in accountability for us for this is completing our board goals metric and self-evaluation tool. So how are we doing?
So I think we have them, we just need to redevelop them and maybe review them when we were in one of the meetings. I think we can even have it, and then we just need to put it, needs to go on the agenda.
Okay, so should we put that for
We wrote
December?
them up and we have the metrics piece, we just need to bring it forward and vote on it.
So it's okay in December to put that on the, do we want to put it for discussion or action?
I think we can put it for action, because we did discuss it at a previous meeting.
Right.
I want to say.
It was a meeting where I
once you were gone.
She was gone.
I was
Oh,
gone.
you were
Yeah.
gone,
Yeah, she was
that's
gone.
right, and we covered it in there, and I think we can now go ahead and put it on the agenda and just formally adopt.
Absolutely.
Because I think we even shared it, maybe, Dr. Eckley shared it in a memo or something. It seems like all the documents got sent out. And it may have been sent out prior to that, it may have been at that meeting when it was on the agenda, I don't remember.
So we'll just make sure we get that from you guys and we'll add it. And then I can also make sure that we get it ahead of time and write memos so you guys have some time to look over it as well.
Okay. Any other discussion or considerations? Anything you guys talked about?
I was just gonna say, based on that demographic study, as many more families are going to be coming in communication, I mean, we're just gonna have more people reaching out. And definitely want them to feel, I mean, look at the culture survey, right? We want them to feel that they trust the board, trust the administration, and I know a big piece of that with any organization is communication and transparency.
I think too, encouraging people, especially when an item is on the agenda, encouraging people to come speak at the meetings. And I know that that can be extremely inconvenient sometimes, if, not more regularly than not. But if an item is on the agenda and somebody comes to speak to it publicly, we can discuss it in this open forum like this with the people present. The only time we can't discuss something is if they bring something to us that's not on the agenda. So I think encouraging people to come to the public forum so that we are all here together and we can have the discussion, you know, in their presence, I think would be helpful. I know for a long time, it wasn't, people weren't encouraging them to speak at public comment, but I don't think that that's fair, for lack of a better word. I think we need to have that engagement. I think it makes it easier for us to have these discussions if that engagement is happening in a forum like this.
I would say that a lot of the issues that, or at least in my opinion, when I see them come through email, it's not usually things that we're discussing on the agenda. You know, and so I'm wondering if through this parent communication portal, if there is something that families really feel like we ought to be discussing, maybe it's through that the suggestion is made, hey, y'all need to talk about this, or hey, can we, you know, and that way we know this is, I mean, that's how the other one, it kind of got to be a hot topic. We're watching, you know, Facebook, we're looking at what's coming through our email, and we're like, hey, we need to talk about this, but I know sometimes I get busy and everybody else does too, and we miss stuff, you know, and so sometimes I wonder if it comes to us in the other way because it's not something we regularly discuss in the board meeting, and we might not necessarily know that it needed to go on there for that purpose. And so a lot of it ends up not being public comment, it just ends up being the other one.
And I think too, some of that is because a lot of the things that get addressed to us in email are not things that we have governance over, so we end up having to direct them to the people that do. But if something's on the agenda, obviously we're either going to vote on it or discuss it, so it does fall under our governance purview. So, I mean, this forum is probably the best forum of communication, especially when there is something, and if we get enough feedback from people about something that we need to talk about, we can still talk about it and say, this might not be in our purview, you know, but Dr. Epley can address it and she can engage in this discussion with us too.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point because I don't, as was mentioned previously, we aren't always all included, right? So something you may be getting feedback from a parent or an employee or something, you know, someone in the community that you're getting feedback from in an email to you or even in a conversation in the community, being able to communicate that to the president, to me, to say, I know this isn't necessarily an agenda item, but I'm hearing from a few people. And then I've redirected them to you. But then if I get enough of those, I am able to say, you know, this isn't really your governance, but I'd like to have it as a discussion item, or I'd like to bring kids in to talk through why this is a program we're still supporting when other people are saying this is, you know, I don't understand why we're doing this. You know, whatever it might be, I think it does give us a pulse because you are that representative, and we've talked about what are those roles, right? You are that representative of the community, and so if you are hearing, you know, I still don't understand why we're doing this, or why aren't we doing that? It's not necessarily a governance piece, it's an operations piece. We're happy to cover that. You know, I know when we think through things like staggered start, you know, that was a conversation since 1988, you know, but how many times was it brought forward and really talked through the data and talked about the operating, you know, of this is how many drivers we have, this is how many buses we have, this is what we have to do, right? And at the end of the day, we're happy to bring that so that we can create some truthful narrative in the community. I can't say that it will be embraced by everyone, but we do want to be able to bring what the facts are that we're dealing with and why we're making the decisions we are.
So to accountability and moving forward with this, we're going to take care of our board goals and evaluation instrument, and then Esperanza has our board operating procedures. So we're going to need to, one of us can touch base with her and find out when we can expect those back, and then we'll get a meeting set so that we can get that concluded. Anything else on this discussion item before we move forward? Okay, then with that, we're going to move into item number 7, the high school construction and bond 2021 and 2024 update with Melissa and Ryan.
Good evening, everyone. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Epley. here this evening, give a quick overview that it's gonna look totally old since y'all just recently saw the building, but new from last month, what you had in your memos was we did receive TCO. And then a brief overview, Ryan will speak to the junior high refresh and the elementary refresh and the rest of the projects. But as far as right now, baseball, we're still on schedule. And the other projects as well. Essentially, our plan next month, and spoiler alert, sorry, we are looking to do some negotiations with LPA to get the elementary refresh and intermediate refresh. If not December, then definitely by January, so we can get going on some of that work and take advantage of the time while the annex building is empty. Okay, as far as athletics, this is to the left. Those big holes will be for your visitors' grandstands. Those are the piers and footings that will hold the grandstands. Since this photo, they are now filled with concrete. To the right, that's the visitor amenities building, which will house your spring sports. Again, an old picture because the roof deck is already hung. So they've got all the rough plumbing underground, the walls, like I said, the roof deck, working on flashing around, getting ready to start masonry work on the outside, installing door frames, and moving right along. To the left, you can't see very well, but I was trying to capture the netting system going up, which you can see. You could see out of the windows last week, but we have all the lighting up, poles for the netting, the initial supports for the netting system. They're still working on the gravel for all the turf. Turf material is on site. They keep telling me, maybe next week. So a lot of it is just coordination. We have so many subs out there working in that small area that they're having to shift and move turf over to softball while the fencing guys finish around the fencing, or while netting is going up, or while lighting is going up, and vice versa. All the underground electrical conduits are going in at the dugout, so we have those people in the way too. So it's really a tight, coordinated effort out there. And to the right, those are the poles going in around the tennis courts. Not too overly exciting yet, but it is definitely moving along, and you'll see those better updates in your Friday memos. And then this was just a cool overhead shot of all of the work to date. So of course our high school there to the right, and then all of our athletics facilities to the left. Right now we are working on getting together with Bartlett, Robbie, to do coordinated effort on what it's going to look like when school starts. And we have bus traffic, construction traffic. Bartlett is putting up chain link fence around the athletics project itself to help separate. And again, it's just, we need to keep moving. So how are we going to work together and get those things done? And it's going to be a well-communicated effort for sure. I think that's about all I have on that. You want to give updates on elementary?
Good evening. Elementary South, Bartlett Cock has all the subcontractor bids, and they are going through them, making sure everybody is apples to apples and making sure they have complete scopes of work. All preliminary numbers, we are in good shape right now. We're within budget. So we will get that final report to y'all for the December board book right after the first of the month, where y'all can review it in plenty of time for the December 15th meeting. Junior high refresh, we met with Decatur Company on our first pre-con OAC, so they are getting started with their pre-con work. They will be in the facilities over Thanksgiving break doing any kind of investigative work they can to get a jump on things. They are going through their submittals, getting everything approved, getting materials procured, just so we have a better start forward on that. Chillers, actually with that junior high refresh, we are kind of combining those two OAC meetings just because they all involve the same territory. The pumps are already in possession of the mechanical contractor, and the chillers themselves are set to be here early to mid-December versus end of December. So picking up a little ground on there, but all indications are everything is in great shape procured there. I believe we are all through maybe about 1 or 2 submittals on that. So same thing, they will have a group in actually Wednesday afternoon to look at some things back of house. And then same thing again over Thanksgiving break to get that one final push. So those projects are in great shape. Everybody's ready to hit the ground running as soon as that building is vacated. And then this final parking, playgrounds and drives project, we are substantially complete. We do have the certificates of substantial completion. They're still working on punch list items and just those other items, mainly getting the grass to grow, get the temporary irrigation off of it, get the temporary fences out of the way. So you can see the finish line on that one. So I don't, any other questions?
Yeah, I do have one more. Also, last week we met with City of Seguin attorney and our attorney as well, getting on top of the permit, the site permit with City of Seguin for the new elementary school. Right now where it's at, we're not installing all the public infrastructure, which is the water line work, because that water line would go to nowhere until the city brings their water line down. So Bartlett Cock did not want to have remobilizations, have pipe in the ground that then we have to protect and come back and drive around and drive over. That public infrastructure also includes the expansion work on East Martindale, the turn lanes. And with all the construction traffic, it would not be worth our dollars to get that. So the Unified Development Code of the City of Seguin says that work needs to be constructed or bonded. The city asked us to fiscally bond the project, and aside from giving them the front page newspaper that our bond passed, we met to get together to say what kind of paperwork do y'all need to see? Well, the attorney just asked us to write up a letter, so I wrote that letter last week, and it's in Destiny's hands, and we need to follow up on that tomorrow, see if she's gotten any response back from the city and whatnot. But the next step in the process then is the site permit. So that's in their hands, and we have already had a second round of comments. So that's why we're trying to get this public infrastructure piece buttoned up so we can get that site permit. Building plans are also in review with the city right now as well. So we expect a job site sign to go up here hopefully this month. And get that project kicked off, have a groundbreaking ceremony and get moving.
We're looking at dinner at the end of January, right?
I didn't hear you.
Yes, end of January for the groundbreaking.
Yes.
And we'll get y'all a specific date once we get that clearance to be out there. We'd like to have the equipment literally moving dirt for that groundbreaking, so definitely trying to coordinate that. And I do thank Melissa for her continued work, AGCM's work to try to help communicate to the city that we do need this MOU piece to happen. Ultimately, that we are not a traditional developer. How can we help them streamline the process for K-12 institutions? We cannot use public funds to bond a project. We are an educational institution. We got a bond. We passed our bond. So to be asked to finance a bond for that infrastructure project was not something we could do. And so we were able to work through with our attorney in the city to help them understand that we are not a typical developer in that regard.
That's a huge step because that's been a struggle for years.
Yes, and they are working with us, and I think it is just getting to the table and helping everyone understand that we understand you have developed a process. We respect that, but really, we're not trying to go around the process, but we have to follow the rules and the laws of our processes as well. And so how do we marry those two processes in a productive way?
All right, does anyone have any questions for the update? Because you will be back up in just a minute to talk to us about the other thing, right? Okay. Any questions, comments? Thank you very much. Okay, so we are moving on to our action items. Item 8A is going to be cast votes for Guadalupe Appraisal District Board of Director nominations. And just to kind of revisit what we're doing here, the governing body of every taxing unit is entitled to cast votes to nominate and cast votes to elect people to this board. Our district has 126 votes available to us. And then the summary on our action sheet just says the governing body of each taxing unit entitled to cast at least 5% of the total votes must determine its vote by resolution adopted at the first or second open meeting of that governing body that's held after the date that the appraiser delivers the ballot to the presiding officer of the governing body. And then the important part, I think, for us is going over the candidates that we can discuss and cast our votes for. That's going to be Leticia Sieber, Forrest Fletcher, Danetta Roberts, or Dr. Burns.
And Board, I'd just like to emphasize, I have received a couple of calls about nominations with this, and I have made it clear to anyone who is called to say Navarro already has one representative on the board. There is no representative from the district. You have a vote like any of the other districts, but whoever we vote is not our representative. So I do want to make that clear, because I think there was some implication that we already have a representative, so we should not get another representative. We have no representative on this board.
I received the same probably communication you did from a couple people, and I reminded them that I told them straight up, I nominated Dr. Burns because the guy's passionate, might as well put in that passion to work, right? So, and then Dr. Burns doesn't live in Navarro. He lives in Seguin, so we have no representative. So, same conversation, just FYI.
To the point of that, I don't think we all got that communication.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, it sounds like you all probably got it, but that's one of those things that did not.
Sure,
get a hold of us.
phone calls, but I just wanted to say it open so whoever is saying these things.
Yeah, it's not a representative situation. We just nominate people.
One thing I didn't read, do we cast all 124 for one person? Do we get to pick and choose?
We can divide it up however.
However we want.
All right,
But
126, sorry.
we have a representative from the SCUC, doesn't have human rights, not human rights.
Right.
I mean, it says SCUC ISD nominated Ms. Sievers from this board, please don't believe that same conversation we had.
Right, right.
It seems kind of ridiculous, but I think in the past we've divided the votes evenly among all of the people in our room.
No, the last time we did it, we divided the votes evenly among Mr. Dunn and Mr. Levens. We only.
Oh, we picked two of them. Okay. I knew we divided something.
And to your point though, Dr. Gosh, you are welcome to divide them up amongst all of the candidates. You can give a majority to one particular candidate. You can choose how you use your 124 votes. And no, there's no specific guideline or recommendation for that.
We have 126.
But they don't come and
26, I
But they
know.
don't come and tell us why they want to do this. I mean, did they have to accept a nomination?
No, we were just randomly
No,
told.
we just nominated.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some of us have been getting emails from them being very passionate about.
He did, for the record, he did accept the nomination when Ruth called because he does have to fill out the application itself. And so he was notified that he was nominated by this board, and if he was to accept, that was the deadline to turn in the notarized form, and we would assist with the notarization. He did request to come here tonight, but he had something else that came up, so he did let Ruth know he would be unable to
I was
attend
gonna say,
tonight.
he said he was gonna see us this evening.
Yes, yes, but something came up, so he was not able to attend.
I don't feel like I could make an informed vote.
That's why we got the email, though, right?
I guess if you did get an email, I did not
Okay.
receive an email.
I think the board received
The board
one
did.
from him.
From him, yeah.
Does anyone have any discussion or preference on how we want to cast our votes?
Well, with a little research, so Danetta, let's see. One of these individuals ran and lost. I don't know, I just don't feel like with my fancy social media research that says anything about how good they would be in this position. I mean, so y'all just split it up?
Yeah, I know Ms. Seaver, was she on the school board for shirts? Yeah, that's what that, so she was on the school board, or
She
maybe
was
she would still
appointed.
be.
She was appointed as a member chosen to fill a vacancy in place 3 after the resignation of John Perot in fall of 2018.
And I do know that, and her name is the only name I recognize other than Dr. Burns, but, she is politically active in the community, just.
So is Forrest. He's very involved in the Seguin community. He's
Rotary.
Huh?
Isn't he the one that's a Rotary member?
Yes,
Yeah.
and a vendor of ours.
Oh, yeah. AC and heating.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like what the job is, really what I'm kind of, I just realized this does cover the entire county, but as far as like what pertains to us, it seems like, you know, shirts, SAUC and so forth, that's kind of their section of the county, and the Seguin, Navarro is kind of our section of the county. So to me, it makes sense to say, well, what if we divided it amongst those that are actually going to really be representing us? I don't know how much, you know, the shirts board folks would be looking at us necessarily in terms of, you know, taxable value and so on, or you know, what all that entails. But
See, and I'm all about giving it to the guy that wants it that bad.
That's my thought. He really wants it, so why not
yeah,
put them all in him?
well, and we did nominate him, so I
He'll do it.
mean,
He really wants
we may
it,
as
so let's
well.
do it.
We had multiple people, they would email, and that's how we knew, and he's the only one that
Yeah.
emailed, so.
He's the only one that really wants it from
Reached
us.
out to us.
And that's what we did the first year when we nominated Mr. Levens, because we nominated him, we gave him all of
I think we should.
our votes, and then after that, we
Yeah.
split them between, like how Dr. Josh's thing.
Didn't Dr. Burns say that Mr. Levens, like, voted against kids and education in one of his emails?
That's part of his, stand on the,
building
yes,
renovation?
the Erskine building.
I didn't like that wording.
No.
I'm very sensationalistic, and I know that our political climate allows that kind of talk, but
Mhm.
when I read that, it gave me a bad taste in my mouth. Voted against kids or voted against education. I thought that was a little bit of a,
And I believe that's what his Facebook page said too. It wasn't just, I mean, he,
I don't like that.
I know, and I think him and Mr. Levens did have a deep discussion about that.
yeah.
And I think they worked something out. Because I think one of the conversations was, you're upsetting the people you're gonna have to work for.
Right, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
work with, not for, excuse me.
I will say from a personal reflective standpoint that I ended up here because of the same reason. Like I wasn't satisfied with how I perceived things were operating, so I started attending the meetings and, you know, using my voice that I could use a lot louder before I got on board. But, you know, it's the same circumstance. I found myself not being in alignment with how I felt things should have been going. And so I started getting vocal and started attending and showing up and learning. And I learned a lot more being on this side of it that you don't necessarily see when you're on the other side. And so, to your point, no, I don't like the way that was conducted, and I actually, from my personal Facebook page, got on there and said, this is not fair to do this to him, and stood up for that. But to the point of, you don't really know what you're fighting against until you're on the other side of it and you realize that your perspective can definitely be skewed, and you learn things that you didn't know before. So, I mean, affording him that opportunity to maybe learn something that I'll see from a different perspective.
I move to approve casting 126 votes to Dr. Al Burns for the Board of Directors for the Guadalupe Appraisal District by resolution and submit results of that vote to the Chief Appraiser of the Guadalupe Appraisal District within 3 days of the adoption of this resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion was made by Joel and seconded by Dan. Any further discussion on that matter?
Is there any way to get more information from each of these nominees prior to, I can't make an informed decision because I don't know enough to make an informed decision. I'd be willing to split it, but I can't say that Dr. Burns would be a better representative directorship, I think it's called, than any of those other individuals. I just don't have enough information.
So I think because of the deadline that they have, this is when we have to vote on it. And what I can suggest is we can follow through with the motion that's on the floor, and you're definitely welcome to abstain or vote or not, and if it doesn't pass in that direction, then you can bring another motion that we can, yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion that is on the floor at the moment? Of putting, or casting all of our votes to candidate Dr. Burns. Okay, if there isn't any further discussion, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. Were they all informed? Okay. So we have to call out all of our names when we're voting now. So I'll go ahead and I'm not meaning to put anybody on the spot, but I'm going to go ahead and start with Becky Stevenson.
I abstain.
Okay. Clint Scheid?
Yeah.
Okay. Donna Gillen?
Yes.
Joel Furman?
Yes.
Dan Reinhardt?
Yes.
Lucy Dash? Yes. Melissa Sartain? Yes. So that motion is going to carry 6-0 with Becky abstaining. All right, thank you guys for that. We are going to move on to our action item B, consider and take possible action to approve the design and not to exceed $350,000 for the golf practice facility at the new stadium project. And we are going to welcome back Ms. Lindsay.
Do you
All right.
want me to explain?
Yes,
or are you
please,
able
board
to?
members, do you want to, I've already informed you that due to an error in the seating that was originally included in the GMP for the softball and baseball field, we have some cost savings coming back to us. And so in looking at the possibilities of how that savings could be applied, we did discuss that we have hit every current sport with the exception of golf as a facility for our students to be able to practice. We know that we are blessed to have Starkey Park near us, but obviously even with the renovation of Starkey, it has put a limit on the use of that facility. As golf has gained more favor post-COVID, golf courses were being turned into other things because they didn't see the kind of traffic, but it has increased in favor, and now our students in some cases are being turned away from golf courses. And so we wanted to see what the possibility was as far as planning for the future and having a practice facility for golf on site. And so we asked for our architect and contractor to please look at similar facilities in a nearby district and what that would look like, and would we have enough funds to create some hitting bays as well as a putting green that would be within the footprint of our athletics facility and within our means. We did originally look at a different site that was on the Bartoskowitz Farm Foundation donation site. Initially, Mr. Bartoskowitz was in favor and was giving us that support. Ultimately, the foundation did have to meet. They were going to be supportive as long as we stayed with the natural turf. We do want to do synthetic turf for the preservation and constant use of that facility, and so we found an alternate location next to baseball. It's actually an easier access point and allows us to use the lighting pre-existing for baseball to be able to light that area. And so I'll turn it over to Melissa for where we are specifically in the design and what they can cost estimate at this time. We don't have a specific number for you, and we would need to come back if it exceeds this number that we've given you, but we wanted to be able to move forward with the project so we're not delaying if at all possible.
Well, and where that delay would come in is our site work contractors are on site right now. They're not regrading, they're grading the parking areas, the football stadium, right? They graded out baseball, softball so we can get that going. They pulled off. Now they're back on site, and so to take advantage of them being out there, because they're gonna be the ones that need to excavate, grade, build back the surface for the golf practice facility. That's the more urgency of it. We have people there. As far as the design goes, we got another rendering. Dr. Epley sent you late this afternoon.
It's in there, Melissa.
Oh.
We did go ahead and add
okay,
to the
so that'll show
presentation.
you the location there on the northwest end of baseball. So there's already going to be an exterior fence around baseball. That fence will just continue to extend around and encapsulate the golf practice facility area. There'll be a man gate entering off the parking lot there to the left. And then, yeah, it'll be totally enclosed and secure, so it won't be open for, mini golf sessions during football games and things like that. Because it will be, a well-invested piece of property. I mean, we're doing the turf and whatnot. So in that design, again, fantastically flat land out here, and figuring out how the drainage is going to go, right? How much we can viably excavate to help with the turf. So now they're telling us, the putting green, you want it to not be perfect because otherwise you don't know what to do when you get in the real world, right? However, the driving bays are different. So there's site work on this, and in all transparency, this whole project is a design-build project. So we had a general idea of how we're going to prepare the site, how we're going to phase, get things going right. And so I'm sure this, and not to say bad about the architect, but it's kind of a back burner to the football stadium and the drainage and all the big pieces, right? But so the reason we come to you with the not to exceed number, I'm told it should be closer to 250. Now, I put that out into the universe and that'll probably be a lie, but I also asked them for a comfortable number that we could come down and work within, but also be reasonable, because we have had conversations with surrounding districts on what they paid for their facilities, and so we kind of know where it needs to be. That's why we've been talking about it, and there's just not a lot of detail. Eric, I called him today, and I was like, "Can you try to take it one step further for those of us that need to actually put the visual?" So
if you go into Board Book, we did go ahead and add that additional rendering that you created today. So you'll see it's titled Render, and you can see from the parking lot looking at the field, you'll see the bays and the putting areas.
And then also in the email earlier today, I was able to send a snip to Dr. Epley for you. I'll just kind of show you some dimensions of what it's looking like. The size of the bays, the size of the putting green, 9 holes, cups and flags are detailed on there. Yeah.
So if it is less than the 350, I know it said like a future shed there, would that be able to be built there using extra money?
Future shed.
It says
Oh,
right there.
I'm gonna have to ask about, they
Because
must
it
have
says-
threw that on there. We have not talked about
If there's
that.
money, then do it now.
Oh my God. Yeah, it
So
could
what
be for
you're seeing-
storage.
Essentially, what you're seeing is they're extending that concrete pad and that breaking point. So it's large enough.
Yeah.
He's just trying to show the versatility of the space. But yes, if in the future we were able to cover that, we could go ahead and install a shed there for, storage of any equipment needed out there, to store the flags so that they're not sitting out there in the rain, that kind of thing. But we anticipate, having storage throughout.
All the other sports have storage,
Yeah.
right? The baseball has storage in the dugouts, we're working on something for tennis. Football has storage, there's storage in the visitors amenity. So that may be why, because recently I was talking to him about giving me some kind of idea for something at tennis.
But as you guys know, as we get closer to the completion of a project and we start to see that cost savings come back to us, or contingencies come back to us, if it's within what you've approved me to do, yes, we would purchase it. If not, I'm coming back to you and saying, okay, we're good, we have a good base, it's already there, all we need to do is acquire the shed. If you're gonna approve that, we'll bring it in.
And so a lot of what we did in the beginning, upgrading the chain link fencing, it's now a black vinyl instead of chain link, because they came to us with, hey, at baseball, you have an excessive amount of quick connects, and even Tarquette Field Turf said that nobody does that. So there was savings there. So I came back to admin and Coach Hill and said, hey, if we have opportunities, what's the wish list? What are the things? So same with the shed. There's always, not always, we're trying to be very forward thinking with LPA and Bartlett Cock, and being mindful of, if there is savings, we would rather invest in the things that become one with the project versus coming back later and trying to piece it back together.
I appreciate that you included that you reached out and researched what these kind of facilities, cost other districts, because that was a question I asked.
I just want to say I'm super excited about this possibility. My oldest daughter played golf a little bit in the district and ultimately stopped because there wasn't a place to practice. And I know that there's other kids that have wanted to participate. That thank God that I have the community of people that I have around me to cart my kids back and forth to the golf course, because mine wouldn't have. And as far as the shed goes, all I'm going to say is that kids carrying golf clubs onto the bus or 3 sets of them in your car at one time coming to school every day is a lot. And so when they're actively doing that, having a place that kids can leave their clubs is would be great. So if there's any way to squeeze more money out of that one to get that done, that would be helpful. Because, even the lockers, as beautiful as they are, and what we're putting in the high school and everything, there's not space.
Not
Golf
close.
clubs. That was
There's
their
just not.
retractable.
And it's very similar with, trying to take your tuba home on the bus,
Correct.
so you
Exactly.
do want to
It's
have
I
a
need
place
somewhere
to
to
store
put
it.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think it looks great and I appreciate that.
My original question when she sent us this picture was, I didn't see any lights. You're talking about the positioning, being able to use the baseball field lights. Does that mean turning on the entire stadium to practice
Well,
golf?
in the other facilities that we researched, they don't even have lights. So I guess the short answer to that would be yes, but we'll also have parking lot lights, because just to the left of the putting green is parking lot. So although it won't be directly lit, which is something we could look at, right? But at this point, I want to be able to provide the grounds of
Yes,
it,
of course,
and then, I'm sure adding
Right, I
light
wasn't
bulbs
thinking,
on
I wasn't
things.
thinking stadium lights for the golf.
Yeah, so I guess to answer your question simply, yes, you're right. However, there will be other exterior lighting not far from the area, so.
And I would say that, to the point that Dr. Gosh was just making, when I go to watch our kids practicing right now, they're practicing after school and
Right,
they're
that's
hitting
what-
it into a ditch. So the majority of the time that we're practicing will be during daylight hours. I don't see us creating some kind of top golf experience. That's not the intent. But, you know, hey, who knows?
It could be a revenue source.
There you go.
We offer a discount, top golf is not.
That's true. But yes, for the daylight time, I think it's, you know, it beats just chunking them into the ditch. And I'm excited about that opportunity.
Right, up until October, if you have multiple hours.
Right.
Starting now, you have that 45 minutes after school, then it starts.
It is.
So they'd have to do it immediately.
And depending upon how they wire those stadium lights.
Oh, yeah.
Our current stadium lights are on 2 sets,
Mhm.
like left field, right field. So we might just be one. I don't know how they do they wire. I don't know how they wire.
Yeah, we can explore what we installed with the Musco lighting and see if there's a way to isolate. For sure.
And I want to speak to the fact that there might be some people in the community that don't understand or appreciate how popular golf is getting. But I can think of 2 students off the top of my head from Navarro that went to TLU on golf scholarships.
100%.
So
Oh, yeah.
it
And
is.
sorry. And Meet the Panther thing the other night, that was a large increase in kids that had showed up for golf, for particular sports. The 2 increases were women's basketball and golf.
Yes, sir, that is trust.
It was very awesome.
Which we do have clubs that all students can use, so it's not like students have to have their own, it's the ones that do, when they drive them around, it's a lot.
It is a lot.
So.
It is a lot. So yes, I think certainly just having that concrete available, and I can't make promises, but I will say based on our work previously with Bartlett, you know, they are looking for cost savings along the way, and I anticipate having some funds to be able to do a shed. And if not, you do, board, have funds that you have already pre-assigned prior to me coming to projects that Paul and I have discussed bringing that back to you for maybe some revision as we start to look at these refreshes and future bond proposal. Some of those things we have achieved through bonds. So being able to look at funds, you know, for example, air conditioning of a weight room, there's $40,000 allocated to that. That will not, you know, solely do that project, but you could allocate that $40,000 to something else, and certainly that would take care of the shed. So.
Any other discussion about this item? Any other questions? Okay, if there's not any further discussion, then I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the design and not to exceed $350,000 for the golf practice facility at the new stadium project, and further authorize the superintendent to negotiate and finalize the terms of the required GMP amendment in a form approved by legal counsel, and to also execute same.
Okay, the motion has been made by Clint and second by Lacey. Any other discussion on
Can the board members hit the first softball win?
Hit it, throw it, whatever you need to do.
I'll get my vote. If
That's
if- if not, no.
Stay out of my way.
that? Okay, if we've decided we're going to have an inaugural golf ball hit, we'll go ahead and take a vote. We're going to start with Joel Frederick,
Yes.
Dan Reinhardt,
Yes.
Lacey Gosh,
Yes.
Becky Stevenson,
Yes.
Clint Scheid,
Yeah.
Donna Gillum, Melissa Sartain, yes. That motion is going to carry 7-0. All right. Thank you again for coming up again.
You're welcome.
Okay, and we're going to move on to item C, consider and possible approval of the LASSO 4 grant application. And Mrs. McMullen is going to present that for us.
Ms. McMullen and Dr.
I'm
Coffey.
sorry, I didn't see you standing up there.
Sorry.
Good evening, Dr. Kaufman and I are going to tag team on the LASSO Cycle 4 grant. As you know, we are already awarded LASSO Cycle 3 and we were awarded LASSO Cycle 2. Now, the education agency has published the Learning Acceleration Support Opportunities LASSO Cycle 4. $500 million has been allocated for this program. 15 initiatives and 1 application. So our application is due December the 1st, which is the Monday after our Thanksgiving break. So we are bringing the information to you tonight, seeking approval to apply for 7 out of the 15 categories that our district is eligible for. The other categories we are not eligible because we are not in school improvement and we are not a district that is low performing. So the things that we do qualify for, we're going to talk a little bit about and hopefully address any questions that you might have. So again, 500 million, 15 possible pieces, 1 application. So basically, the LAWSA program is divided into different sections. Curriculum and instruction is where our focus is going to be, and education and training. We are eligible for what they can call the LIFT. Lovingly, that's the acronym for it, but it's the Leadership and Instructional Foundations for Texas. We are not eligible for the School Improvement LIFT. That's the second piece of it. So you'll see 2 parts of that. We are eligible for the first part. The other thing that we are going to discuss is the Blended Learning Grant. We are already using the components for the Blended Learning Grant. This is just a way for us to obtain additional funding to support those initiatives that are already in place. And then we'll look at advanced placement computer science principles as we're extending our advanced academics. We want an opportunity for our students to have additional advanced curriculum courses. AP Computer Science is an easy lift for us as it meets many of the program initiatives we already have in place. Dr. Kaufman is going to talk about the prep programs shortly. Our education and training programs have multiple components, and the difference here is they are allotments, meaning if we apply, we automatically get the funds. The others on the left for curriculum instruction are competitive. We are on a tier 5. So 5 tiers, we're bottom tier because we're a rural school district. We're eligible. I think the battery's dying. Sorry. All right, James to the rescue. For the LIFT program, essentially what we would have to do as a district, it's a 3-year program, and it is an opportunity for us to continue work that we have already been doing with the Strong Foundation Implementation Grant that we have. We basically are implementing an HQIM. They bring in a service provider to help our teachers with internalization of the products, delivery. They provide professional development and training for our teachers, and they empower our leadership to be well-versed in what the HQIM is, the components of it, and the delivery of it. So what does that look like as far as funding? Sorry, I'm clicking everywhere. That's not what you can see. Oh, there it goes. Okay. There. So roles and actions. The program is going to support our teachers with HQIM. Basically, they're going to learn about the materials. We have teachers who are already well-versed in HQIM because they've been using them for multiple years, but we have new teachers that come in. So this would provide wraparound supports for those new teachers who need more time for internalization and learning their instructional techniques, but also the components of the HQIM. We're looking at alignment. Vertical alignment is very important to us. Teachers ask for this on professional development days to have time to talk about what are they learning in 2nd grade, what are they learning in 3rd grade, what are they learning in 4th grade, and how we can align our HQIM. And then engaging them in training. We bring in professionals who are well-versed in the products to help with all of their difficult questions. So teachers, as they're implementing this, time is a factor. How do I teach all of this in the 90 minutes of time that I have allotted for instruction? So that's where the professionals will come in through training opportunities and allow them to have time to figure out how to organize their teaching, the 90 minutes of teaching. For instructional leaders and our coaches, basically we are working with a service provider to help us to do a good job of helping teachers with the internalization process. Actually, I already have an expert on my staff. She'll be speaking tonight. Brady Coppage, who's here behind me, is, I think, even ahead of our service providers. So they often reach out to her. In fact, TEA was online with us today. They want us to do a breakout room for people who are just now jumping in with HQIM, and Brandy is known in their arena as a wonderful lead of that. So she, I guess we have new things to learn as always, but I do feel like she's already done an amazing job with our HQI products for ELA. Emily is our HQI product for mathematics. Superintendent, chief academic officer, and principals have to be a part of this process. So Dr. Eppley and I meet every Monday. I love my Monday morning meetings with Mandy, and we talk about the HQIM and the impact and the frustrations and how we can better support teachers. So we have a role in this too. We're required to come and to be a part of PLCs. We're required to be a part of checkpoints, tours, all those things, so that we can monitor the pulse of the implementation. Now, mind you, if we get the LIFT grant, it's only going to support what we already have in place, giving us further funds to sustain the purchasing of curriculum, which is expensive, as you know. You've approved many of our curriculum pieces, but also giving us money for working with the service provider and supporting instructional coaches. Here's an example. We are considered a small to a small medium district. Our first year, we'd be awarded $290,000. Our second year is the full implementation year of $490,000. And then our third year would decrease back down to $340,000. So an average amount of an award of about $430,000 a year, which again is for instructional materials, training, professional development, and providing for instructional coaches. So again, it's a 3-year grant. This is an additional piece that goes with the LIFT. The blended learning grant is a whole separate part that we have to apply for. We use a product called IXL. You have approved that here at the board meeting. It is one of our purchases over $50,000. If we receive funding through the blended learning grant, they give us funding for IXL, what we're already paying for. And the blended learning, they tell us that we have to implement it with fidelity a certain number of minutes each week, which we already do, in order to see if it's a viable product that's appropriately blended with our HQIM. So teachers already use it for social studies, science, ELA, and mathematics. We would be using the blended learning funds for mathematics and for RLA. There are also some other options. The Amira program is new. It's recently come up, and it could be something that we use these funds for that is directly aligned with the blended products. So that's blended learning. And then the part of blended learning that we would focus on is the academic cohort. You're going to see a strategic cohort. We don't qualify for that because we did not have a blended learning grant before. The only component we qualify as a district for is the academic cohort. And so it's going to be focusing on blended learning in math or reading or both, depending on what we're awarded. And then it does face-to-face instruction with online learning. The IXL program is a supplemental online program, and it's designed to be seamless that the students have a product that is integrated with the things that they're doing in their classroom each day. So it's a supplemental piece. And then my last one for you is the AP Computer Science Principal Grant Opportunity. The money that would come to us through this helps us to do training for a teacher. We have a teacher that's already AP Computer Science trained, but she is fully vetted with classes in our PTech program. She's our cybersecurity instructor, and she does not have an open section to do another computer class. So this would be an individual in our organization that possesses, Melissa and I have been talking about this, that possesses the certificate and wants to get the AP training. The funds for this would allow them to do that. And then we would offer it for students that don't want to get the cybersecurity degree, but they want to take a computer science class. This would be outside of that and an opportunity for all kids that want to take it to take it. So those are my pieces. I'm going to hand over the baton here to Dr. Kaufman to talk about these pieces.
Do you mind if we press pause and see if anybody has any questions for your part of the presentation?
Yes. I have a couple of questions. Hopefully they'll be. So this one is for ELAR and math, correct?
Yes.
And you said Blue Bonnet. I didn't think we adopted Blue Bonnet for math last time.
We did not.
We did not. Okay, and so are we looking at switching to math for this, or we're going to stick with what we currently have?
We're going to stick with what we currently have.
Okay.
So it does say for 27-28, if we plan to implement a SBOE approved curriculum, which our STEM Scopes is. then we can qualify for the funds. But we're planning for the lift to continue with RLA, blended learning, math and RLA, and then AP computer science is its own entity.
Okay. My last question is this, on your part anyway. So on the funding for this, it's for the purchase of the instructional materials. Knowing that the SBLE entitlement and the OER entitlement that the district does get for adopting both of those pieces, are we utilizing those funds, or are we just letting them build up, and so we're only using a portion of last to pay for the instructional materials? Or are we using more of the last to pay for personnel, IXL, and other things? I'm just trying to understand the breakdown, because those OER funds are difficult to use if you don't adopt Blue Line, because that's all it can be used on.
Correct.
And I know you do it for math, but then the SBLE materials we can. It sounds like this will cover the cost
Yes.
of what it is without us having to touch those funds.
So IMRA money for us right now is healthy. I know Paul has seen that account. That's a very, very healthy account for us because we've been getting these grant funds to help subsidize that. So that's how we were able to purchase all the science materials. That's how we've been able to purchase all the new social studies materials. We will use the IMRA money that expires. If it has a shelf life and has to be used by a certain date, we will use it first. Then the grant funds that we get can be used for other things, supplies and materials. It doesn't have to be just the instruction materials.
You're using the SBLE funds to buy these materials, and then you can use the grant funds for social studies science.
We can't use the grant funds for social studies science.
Okay.
The grant funds can be used for other supplies and materials for those content areas.
Okay.
And they can also be used for professional development. They can also be used to send teachers to training. Like if I wanted to send them to a Blue Line Academy in the summer, or if I wanted to send them to camp, I could send them to things like that with Blue Line funds. Arby's training. Any of the trainings that are approved by DEA under the grant umbrella, those funds could be used for.
But you said social studies science for the SBLE, but there's not anything for social studies and science on the SBLE approved list.
Not yet.
Those funds yet.
Not
But
yet.
that's what our intent is to use, is to wait for that to come forward and use those. Because I know you still get that, and you can still buy from that. So
Right.
I just didn't know.
Yeah,
I just want to make
grant-
sure we weren't losing, because that OER money does go away at the end of the year.
Correct.
And we are using that first, and then we're dividing the grant.
For RLA and mathematics
Got it.
only, not for science and social studies. There's a whole.
You said science and social studies was used for, and that's why I asked that.
Oh.
That confused me, that statement.
Sorry,
But I
no.
understand what you're talking about now.
No, I was talking about our IMRA money. EMAT money is used for science and social studies.
And the SBLE money is separate from the EMAT money. So
Yes.
there's 3 buckets now.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. The state board approved materials, your regular EMAT funds, and now we have grant funds too. And then, of course, the allotment, because we're using an HQA approved by TEA, we get an additional amount per print, and then we get a $60 allotment per student. So it's a good budget. All right, Dr. Bob.
I have a question too. So on your last slide where you addressed some of the key allowance usages, you have the payroll cost for a blended learning program manager. Is that someone who we're already employed with, or are we looking at creating another position?
No, this is someone that is already employed, that our coaches would have that role. They're already doing that work now.
Okay.
Last question. And the blended learning piece is used for what grade levels?
Blended learning, we could use it K
Where are
through.
you planning to use it?
I'm planning to use it from K through 5 is what we're planning to do, yes.
Anybody else have any questions for Mrs. McClellan? Okay, thank you for taking that pause for us.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so the next section are 4 that are all packaged together under one acronym, which is Preparing and Retaining Educators Program, PREP. So all 4 of the programs underneath that group are all in direct support of our priority 1 for attracting, hiring, recruiting, retaining, supporting the best educators to help us to achieve high standards for our students. And so the 3 of them are what Ms. McMullen referred to as the allotments. So those are 3 of them are automatic. If we apply for them, we will get them because we qualify for them. A 4th is an actual competitive grant, but I've been told it's not that competitive, that if we are in support of the other 3, that we are likely to get the grant as well. So the three programs that are the entitlements include a full-year pre-service residency program, a grow your own educator program, and a mentorship program. And then the grant opportunity is, it's an extension of the strategic staffing for residencies, which provides support for implementing the residencies in the allotment. Two really important things to note about this are that it's non-competitive and that it's continued funding. So once we begin this process, that those first three, those funding would continue automatically for a period of time. So the first program, the residency program, is a full-year pre-service residency program for aspiring teachers. So it would be similar to where we currently have student teaching, but student teaching is limited usually to a couple days a week. It's limited to a semester typically. Sometimes it's not even that. So what has been becoming very popular are the full year paid internships, residencies, which allow for educators to have a much more sustained experience in the classroom. It enables them to be in there from day one to the last day of school every year, so they see the entire flow of the school year. Oftentimes we see student teachers come after the classroom procedures have already been established, after the environment has been grown, after the relationships have been built, and it looks like magic. And then when they show up in their own classroom, those things don't happen, and they struggle the whole year. This way, through a full year residency, they see it all from day one, all the way through. It's paid as a residency, so that it doesn't pay as much as the teacher does, but it pays for their time, which enables, again, for people to be able to do this without having to have where they're not able to financially afford to do so. So the major elements are that in addition to that one of the elements of this is that we have to partner with an educated preparation program. And that educated preparation program has had to go through a process to be identified as a residency provider. And so in our case, we will be partnering with Texas State University, who already has gone through that process. Texas Lutheran University is a great partner for us as far as working with student teachers and having placements here close to home, but they're not yet through that process. They're planning on doing that in the future. So our initial year, we'll be working with primarily with Texas State University. This is a very generous grant. It provides for funding that supports both the educated preparation program, but also supports the district in paying for part of that residency stipend. And initially, the district must match half of the minimum stipend for teachers, but there's a success-based funding component to this, that once they've gained their certification, if we nurture that and sustain them through the program to where they get certified, then additional funding comes at the end. And so then that money essentially can repay part of our investment or perhaps our entire investment that we already made in them. So that's the big overview of the residency pre-service program.
How many can you have?
That's
Up to 40.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're planning to have 4. But it is a pretty substantial, it would fund up to 40 people per district.
We're going to be able to grow that?
We can try, currently we get 6 to 8 student teachers per year. And so it really has to do with the availability of the teachers and the availability of our host teachers. But we try to get as many as we can because we know the value of having homegrown teachers here. But yeah, we can grow it. We would project how many we anticipate having this year. But if we have more, the grant would fund more. If we have less, they would just fund less. It's a great question. Do you want to pause any more on the Texas Strategic Staffing Grant application is just meant to support the strategic implementation of that program. So it would buy us the services of a consultant at Region 20 who has been trained and really understanding the core issues around this, and they would help us to both develop the program, what it looks like on our end, and would also help us to look through our budget and find a way to sustain this in the future should the funding, or should we choose to invest more in it, or if the funding disappeared. And so it is meant to provide additional support for the implementation of that program. You want to pause for a second for any questions about the strategic staffing?
I was going to ask you said pause about the prep thing, because I did have one more question on that. $24,000 to $39,500 per resident, split between the district and the partner. So does that mean they get 12 and we get 12?
Not necessarily.
Well,
So
okay. How does that work? Because then we then have to pay an extra 10, so whatever we're splitting, we then have to pay another 10 out of what we get, so.
So initially, we get $12,000 per resident.
Okay.
10,000 of that has to go towards their minimum $20,000 stipend that they receive. We would then have to initially invest 10,000 to pay for that part.
So we would pay,
10,000.
we would pay 20,000, 10 that we got and 10 extra.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. And then when the resident is successful in getting certified, then that amount is formula-based, based on what our kind of level of there's a multiplier they give our district based on rural and other factors. That amount would depend on what our multiplier is, but essentially when that money comes back, it would repay a substantial portion or all of the 10,000 we initially invested.
But that's down the road.
It's after the year is completed, yes.
And if they're not successful, we don't recoup.
Correct. But it's not an even split with the university. They also have some success-based pieces that once they are actually employed as a teacher, then they would get an additional stipend or additional allotment payment for that. Great question. So the next piece is aligned with this. In order to get the allotment, you would also have, okay. So a second component of this is the Grow Your Own program. And the Grow Your Own program is intended to provide for example, paraprofessionals within our district who are not yet college degree holding, but are interested in being educators. We have some amazing educators in those positions, but what they need is a degree and a certification. And so this is intended, the first component of it is intended to help our current employees to get that degree. It helps cover their tuition, and it helps to cover potentially release time so they can work on their assignments and other related costs. This also requires a partnership, and our partner for this would also be Texas State. They have a program that allows for an online degree completion program that's specifically designed for current working adults. And so it would be a program that would help us to do that. There was a similar Grow Your Own effort here a few years ago that has successfully resulted in one of our paraprofessionals becoming a certified teacher. And so it's something that we're very excited about, having that opportunity for our teachers. This, right, so that's the main component of the Grow Your Own program. The fourth piece then.
How long does that take to do your online?
Typically around 2 years, but
Okay.
there's not I don't know that they have a set exact minimum or maximum time, but I think they said it's typically around 2 years. And then the last piece of this is the mentorship program. And the mentorship program would enhance the support that we currently offer for our new teachers by providing for some of the funding would go to a mentor stipend, which would allow us to pay a higher mentor stipend would allow us to pay a stipend for our mentor teachers, which we do not currently do. It would allow for substantial mentorship training for our host teachers who are going to be supporting the mentors, the mentees, and it would potentially provide for mentoring release time, where it would pay for perhaps a substitute or something so that the mentor can observe their mentee in the classroom and provide feedback. And the expectation for this would be that we would provide a trained mentor for all of our first and second year teachers, which is best practice to have that sustained support for the first 2 years of their career. So the $3,000 per novice teacher, part of that would be to pay for that stipend, and part of it would be to pay for the training for the mentors. So those pieces all kind of fit together into one package that would allow us to grow and recruit and support educators who are more positioned to be successful in the classroom.
So I have a question on the, I guess, the mentorship, because unless it changed, I could have been out of that part for a little bit. But anybody that's a first or second year teacher is supposed to have a mentor in the district. So obviously we're currently doing that.
Yes.
Okay. And so for this, because of the stipend piece of that, and one of the things that we struggled with is how you hold people accountable, what does it look like? So is there structures built within the grant that is going to kind of dictate what the expectations are of these mentor individuals based on the training? Or is that something that you guys are developing in-house to kind of say, here are the things that the mentors need to make sure are happening? You know, because I'm thinking, since you said they currently don't receive a stipend for this, so we have some mentors that are just kind of doing it, which obviously there's that follow-up piece, but I'm thinking if you're being paid additional, there would be some other things. I'm just curious where guidelines for that come from?
Right, so that would evolve from the training. We would want to make sure that we would align the expectations for them with what the training is entailing. But it would also align with our efforts to strengthen our other stipends as well,
But it would
making
be
sure.
something we would develop.
Yes,
on our
yes,
own.
in
It's not something
alignment
we
with their
have to do.
training.
The state says this is the deal, we can develop it based on the training for what matches our community and our people.
There's, I believe so. There is not an indication in the grant of what the reporting is going to look like. I know we'll have to report that we have a mentor and that they've done this. I don't know if I did not see anything in there that they would require like did they do these things? But they also think, another thing we're working towards is having stronger accountability and expectations for all of our stipend positions. Ensure that there's a job description for what that entails and ensure that they're being monitored, that these things happen. So this would align really well with our overall stipend approach as well.
And that you are identifying that you have been assigned this role. I think in the past, that's been where we've missed the mark, where it was like, well, I was told to help this person, so where's my $100, right?
Exactly.
And so this is really saying, no, you're going to go through a training process. We would establish what those parameters are. You're going to sign off that you are doing this, and that once those things are successfully completed, and of course we would get feedback from whoever is being mentored by that person, was this a successful transition for you? Because obviously the whole point is to continue to support new folks coming in and team. So good question though, as far as developing out those guidelines.
The grant shows 3,000 per novice teachers, but it doesn't set any stipulations for what the stipend levels actually have to be, or do they?
Yeah, it says a minimum.
Recommends 1,000.
It says a minimum of $1,000.
Yes.
So
Now
that would
that's
be-
for the mentor?
For the mentor, yeah. It has to be at
And
least a
that'd be quite an
$1,000
upgrade
stipend.
from what the district has done in the past, which was $100.
Yes, we've paid them $100. We have had a stipend for a mentor, and it has been $100. And they do have a mentorship program that they have to do, the Texas Mentorship Training Program.
So not understanding this lasso thing for the, being here a year, and this is just a lot. I have a couple questions. Number one, through all that, like the slide before that, the grow your own.
Yes.
We spend the money on the tuition, they move. We just lost the money? How does that work?
So this is a good question. So we have a teacher here at the intermediate campus that was a paraprofessional who is now our PE coach. And I met with her in Texas State, and we came up with a agreement, like an MOU, that they would give 2 years of service. And so that was part of the program at that time, is that she would stay with us after she received her degree for 2 years of time.
2 years of service post-degree?
Correct.
Okay.
Which
So that's the standard practice we have?
That's what we have had in the past. Under the previous Grow Your Own grant that I had written, we had one teacher that took the grant, and it's a success story. I've shared it with all of our paraprofessionals. Many of our paras are almost certified. So many of them have degrees even already, and so underutilized. So they're very excited about this opportunity. The time off is what was the most impactful, is allowing them to go to classes. And it gave us money to pay for subs, which was super important. But it also gave us money to subsidize their tuition. We didn't pay the full tuition, but we were able to give them a portion of their tuition, which they will tell you, time and finances are their number one reason they don't finish.
This current grant application does not specify whether that is required or whether that's an option for us, but that would certainly be a good strategic decision to make sure we have a commitment.
Yes.
For the
Well,
educator.
Texas State gets an allotment if those in that program end up contracting, right? So it's for everybody's benefit.
Yes, but so this is one of those grants that supports our district, but it's also part of the state initiative to support Texas education. So I'm not sure that the agency has as much interest in us keeping them as we do.
Right.
But that is certainly something we'd want to be focusing on. Plus, many of our paraprofessionals already have a long commitment to the district, have been here for years. They're here because their kids are here, they live here. That's one of the great factors of our dedicated staff. So I anticipate that we would be able to keep a lot of them.
And I think that it is very important that you brought that up, and to your point about kind of getting to know LASA, right? Because I am traditionally not a fan of grants. I think if you have a strategic plan and you were planning on doing a Grow Your Own program, The grant kickstarts your plan, but you need to know how you're going to sustain it over time. What I will tell you is this is the method in which our state, the commissioner and the governor have said we will be supplementing public ed. So don't ask for a increase in your basic allotment, go apply for the LASSO. Go apply for these programs we're putting out. And in some cases, what they're saying is if you're not going to go for these grants or allotments that we're putting out, we will take note of that when we're looking at overall funding. So I do think that they have chosen this as their strategic funding mechanism. And so it is important for us to really take advantage of it. But I do think as we build out what these programs are, and this is why they did not bring this to you last month, because we sat down and I said, I'm not taking it to the board until you're able to answer. That's why I was smiling when you asked about, is this an existing person or are we getting another person? If we're not able to talk about what this looks like over time and how we sustain it, if tomorrow they decide, well, we don't need property taxes because we're just not going to give more money to public schools, we want to be able to have our own plan. And is that a viable plan that we can sustain on our own, or that we phase out because now these allotments are gone?
Sure, that was my third question actually, was because when we first came on, this was a discussion, and you know, the discussion of having salaries funded by this, and you know, is there a plan? What's the plan? And because to your question, it read to me like we're adding somebody to go check things more than we check them now, the residency stuff. And so I just, you know, that was gonna be my third question, was what's the plan moving forward, or is there, or are we comfortable, stuff like that, so.
And I think, you know, to Dr. Kaufman pointing out, you know, our plan is to start with 4 folks in a residency. If we get to the place where we have 40 in residency, which, wow, what a blessing, that would be amazing. We are likely going to need someone who's managing the residency program, at least part-time.
And that's what I read that as,
Right.
yeah, because I'm glad you clarified that, because I thought I read, when I first read it, second time I read it, I thought it was 40 people were required to be in it. It's like, whoa, that's gonna take somebody to manage, so. Okay.
Absolutely.
And it requires a match, right? Because first of all, you have to have the student in the university who's prepared for this. Then you have to have partnering with the university to identify who the host teacher is. We can't just put them with whoever. They have a quality control component of that also. So we have to make sure we have a highly effective host teacher to be with them. And then we can create that. And then at the end of it, we have to have a position for them, right? So if we host somebody for theater, and then we finish up, and we may not have a theater position open. And so then we may not have a position for that person. But I see that there would still be benefits because we're providing a professional growth experience for our host teacher, and we are building a stronger pool of teachers to select from. Most of ours would be for the more general positions though, EC through 6, those math, science, reading.
Are we trying to focus more on those like hard to find, computer science things?
We absolutely would.
That
I
kind of
use
thing
this
we're
to
trying
strategically.
find. I'm just hoping we can find people who want to do it. 'Cause I need people who want to be a teacher and invest in that is getting so difficult. I mean,
Right.
even people that work in the system are like, oh no, I'll do anything but go to class. And so
Right.
I hope that it.
I do think it is our best chance at the recruitment, in that you're not asking a student teacher to do what we did, which is give up any opportunity to have a job, because you're having to commit, you know, the time to be on a campus doing the work of a teacher. You can't be also doing a job unless you're doing that at a night shift, which makes it very difficult to be back up at that school the next morning. And this concept of, instead of 6 weeks, which many of us did, you know, 6 weeks in one content area and then move over to your other content area for 6 weeks and get kind of a skewed version. You know, you taught maybe 2 lessons to be observed by your college professor that came in. You are there for the full experience. And in addition to recruitment, because I get to be paid, I am also not hopefully going to be that statistic, which we've seen for years now, where they've gone through 4 years of a program, they did their 12 weeks, they got a job, and within 3 days are like, this is not anything I can do, and I'm willing to quit, because that is completely disruptive to our students as the year is starting to lose their teacher. And then to try to find a replacement for that, we know is extremely difficult. So I do appreciate the strategy and the partnership. I also appreciate that we're able to have this two-way street with these programs. I think that's some of our frustration as administrators, seeing new teachers come out of a program and seeing that they didn't get basic training on how to do classroom management, how to design an interactive and engaging lesson, how to communicate with families, right? So that two-way feedback to be able to say, hey, they're coming to us without this stuff. You guys got to build in more training. How could we help support that? Because on the back end, we're having to fill those gaps, which is additional time that a teacher has to put in on top of lesson planning, on top of communicating with parents, on top of building up their repertoire. So I think it is a win-win if we can get the folks there.
So the second part of the second question is two parts, which is what is the total overall grant we're asking for? Because you put down that one slide, which is your part, but then there's your part. So what's our total overall? And then what, if any, it reads that there's cost to the district. What's the cost to the district to get that?
So on the prep side, I don't have the exact numbers calculated because of the variables that go into that, but the cost to the district would essentially be the cost for the mentoring would be offset by the grant. The cost for your grow your own would primarily be offset by the grant. The district would have to pay that half of the stipend for the paid mentorship or the paid residency program. So that would be the $10,000 per person. Then we would, there would be the administrative costs of of the managing of the program, some of which would be offset. But it's not enough to create a position. So what we'd be looking at is potentially over time creating what we call the Frankenstein position, where you're taking this part and this part. It would go along well with TIA, the teacher incentive allotment has a component. It's a tremendous amount of work for that. It would benefit us greatly to have additional staffing to support that as it grows. But like right now, we have 2 designated teachers from last year. We can't, but that's something that's going to expand to, double digits this year and triple digits by next year. Eventually, so as far as the specific cost to your question, I don't have the exact either grant money or the exact costs, but we're not looking at investing more money than what we're kind of getting from the grants.
Except for the 10,000. It sounds like the 10,000 is all right.
Yes, but that's the payday loan as far as I'm concerned. That's where we're front loading it, and there would be some potential that we're not going to recoup all that. Yes.
Okay. And then your numbers are
from my side. We're talking 2 instructional coaches that we have funded for 4 years with grant funds, and this extends 3 years of funding. But they require that 70% of grant funds sometimes go to a service provider. So that leaves 30% that are local funds for us to use. $88,000 if you're looking at the number of $430,000. So just done the numbers, gone through the math.
Sure, no.
Yeah, but we instructional coaches have always been a question at the board meetings, and looking long term. We've been able to fund them with grant funds only for 4 years, but at some time I would like to see us invest our local funds to sustain those positions. The grant funds are helping to subsidize that, and moving forward, are 2 coaches going to be adequate enough for a growing district? Eventually I'd like 2 secondary and 2 primary as we are expanding. So that's where I've been having conversations with Dr. Epley, conversations with the leadership team. Ultimately, 4 people in instructional coaching roles to help the teachers would be advisable and also impactful. I think teachers can say very assuredly that they've gotten a lot of support, especially when we've lost teachers, unfortunately, in different situations. Those instructional coaches have stepped in not only to support teachers, but also to teach when needed. So anyway, that's to answer that question.
And I appreciate you bringing that up
about their roles, because I know we all remember that was a really hard sell for me to get on board with, having those positions be grant funded, and then what happens when we run out of that money and those people are relying on that money for their families. So I appreciate you bringing that back up, because that was a hard sell for me to agree to fund somebody's career on a 3-year grant.
Right.
So,
Now it's been 4.
yes.
We've maintained. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
It's been fun working with Dr. Coffin on this. I think our heads together have really thought through all of the possibilities and the opportunities. So applying for 7 out of 15 opportunities, and again, some of them are automatic funds, not competitive. If we complete the application, those are funds that automatically come to our district. So it's a good thing.
Thank you.
It was a
Thank
great
you.
presentation, it was very thorough. Thank you guys very much. If there isn't any further discussion on that, I'll entertain a motion for possible approval of the loss of 4 grant application.
I move to approve the chief economic officer to apply for the Learning Acceleration Support Opportunities LASSO 4 Cycle Grant and allotments on behalf of the Navarro ISD in the following categories: Leadership and Instructional Foundations for Texas, LIFT, the Blended Learning Grant, BLG, Advanced Placement Computer Science Principles, PrEP Program Allotment, PrEP Residency Pre-Service Program, PrEP Program Allotment, PrEP Grow Your Own, GYO Program, PrEP Program Allotment, PrEP Mentorship Program, and the Texas Strategic Staffing for Residencies TSS Grant.
I'll second.
I was going to say, whoever's seconding that needs to repeat it too. Okay, we have a motion brought to the floor by Lacey, second by Clint. Any additional discussion before we move for a vote? Okay, if there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and move for a vote on that. I'm going to start back over on my left again. Becky Stevenson?
Yes.
Clint Scheid?
Yes.
Donna Gillum? Yes. Joel Frederick?
Yes.
Dan Reinhardt?
Yes.
Lacey Dodge?
Yes.
Melissa Sartain? Yes. That motion is going to carry 7-0. Okay, before we move into reports, do we need to take a break? I'm good? Okay, we're going to move into reports, starting with item A, Superintendent's Report on Enrollment in Calendar of Events.
Unless you have any questions, you have in front of you enrollment, and we have last Friday in Friday memo, you had an updated enrollment. Obviously, we got our demographic report, so you can see that that growth is going to continue. You have your calendar of events, so unless you have a specific question, we can move forward.
I do have one question. It's not specific to anything you have in here, but can you kind of give us a real quick synopsis on how it's working with verifying residencies? Because I'm hearing, you know how that goes.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering like what that's looking like and how that's being productive for us, making sure that the students that are using our resources are in our district.
Yes, so we've been speaking with our registrars at each of the campuses. As we get materials in, as students are moving in, they are reviewing those materials. If there is any question with those materials, that is referred to Mr. Castillo as well as Ms. McMullen for those materials to be reviewed. We do a home visit. If there is any kind of evidence showing that they're not actually at that residency, we do call a hearing for them and let them know that their student will be withdrawn by the end of the week. And at that hearing, they can bring materials forward. At some of those hearings, they have been able to bring materials forward, or a landlord that says, I was mistaken, they do actually live here. And we again follow back up with that because as you know, people want to be in our schools and we appreciate that, but we do not have a transfer policy. Our last grandfathered student was graduated last year, and so we are not taking tuition for any students at this time who must be a true resident. So we follow back up with that. We do have some homeless students on our rosters now, and that population is growing. They are living in extended stay environments. Sometimes those are in other areas, so you may see someone coming in from a San Marcos extended stay. But once you've been established as a resident of ours and then become homeless, we are required to provide transportation and continue to keep you enrolled in our schools. So we are providing those services to a handful of students. And I think that is something that people do notice and kind of ask questions about, but that is our legal obligation. So, but we are following through with the residency check process for sure. And we have exited some folks out of the district due to that.
Do we have any families that are taking advantage of the statutory changes for law enforcement being able to enroll
Yes.
students? Okay.
Yes, in fact, Ms. Mordecai collects those applications, and we saw those increase dramatically this year. So there are several law enforcement agents in the area that don't live in the area, but are choosing to bring their students here.
I had a question on the calendar of events. At some point, there's not women's sports, there's not junior high activities, it's not a complete calendar. It's like what's the prerequisite to be on the calendar, on the webpage?
We ask all of our sponsors to submit their dates and events to the district master calendar.
Okay.
So if you're not seeing something specific, it may not have been submitted, and we can follow up. Just send me an email and say, I'm not seeing this on there, and we'll follow up with that sponsor.
Yeah, there's quite a bit. All right, cool. Thanks.
Anything else on that report that we want to discuss? Okay, then we're going to move on to the financial reports. Have anything you want to share with us?
Nothing major, just we're continuing, this is the one time of year where I breathe for a couple of days, and then it starts up again. But the one good thing I will point out again is the operating funds are again up this month, and that's mainly for the first time since I have been here this 6 years, and this is the first time the state's ever given us money, more money than I think we're going to earn by the time we get through. So for the first time, we're earning interest on our funds that we're going to get instead of them owing us as they did this year, $5 million when they settled up with us. So this next year, I don't expect that, and they're doing some other things to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. But it's good. But for the first time, we're earning interest on those funds, and I'm real happy with that.
Yes. Any questions for Paul after going through that?
How much more are we paying contracted, services for staff than budgeted? For instead, there's a lot of, are we way over?
Well, I think I'd have to go look to be sure. I've budgeted probably about $225,000 to $250,000. I think last year it was close to that number, if not a little above. I think it was almost $300,000 by the time we got through. And so I had to move some money around in order to end up with that. But yes, it is extensive.
That's high, yeah, very high.
And to your question, you may have read in the previous Friday memo, Shannon has been evaluating those services and speaking with our contractors. I think sometimes our contractors get very relaxed about how many things they're sending their staff to, and we've tightened that up to let them know, if you were not invited to that, you do not need to attend and bill us for that. But also, we've been talking through strategic staffing already in every area, because with our growth, we have more needs, whether that is GT, whether that is special education, and talking through, what are some of those strategies if we can locate one of these individuals and get them on board. And I think that's a statewide issue, is obviously they've been very smart about, if we go and work for this company, we control our hours. I think they control their income more than they do. We have definitely been asked by some of these agencies to please not share what you're being charged. I think that's a sign that perhaps their staffing is not fully aware of what is being charged and what's being passed on to them. So I think as districts, we are going to have to think outside the box for some of those service providers, and how do we retain someone outside of that service market.
And this year, the state is supposed to refund or pay partial for evaluations. Haven't seen how they're going to know that number yet, or how we're going to get those. That it'll eventually come in, but I haven't seen how that reporting is going to be done yet.
So I'm curious, because I have gotten a question already, and I'm curious if we have gotten a question about, because I was asked about vouchers for the state and the funding of all of that. Have we been receiving any questions about any of that? And I know the state has not released how that's funded, how many people requested or whatever, but I've gotten calls to my office asking, where do we apply? What do we need to fill out in the district so we can get our promised funds from the whatever? So I was just curious if we had anybody ask here.
I have not seen any questions.
I haven't received any questions regarding that at all.
Good, that's good. That means people are happy.
Yes.
That's right.
All right, any other questions for Paul? Anything else for us?
No, excuse the coat, but it's freezing on. It's hitting my back here.
Robin's supposed to be working on it. All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask Mrs. Howbridge to come and give us a report on the Fall Texas Math User Conference update. When I read about it in the Friday memo a couple weeks ago, I want to hear about how that went for you guys. So just give us a little update, please.
Thank you. Good evening, President Sartain, Dr. Eckley, and members of the board. My name is Brandy Coppage. Oh, sorry, because my slides are not.
I didn't know you had slides.
That's okay. I'll just talk through it. It's okay. I think the slides were in the board.
They're in your packet.
They're in the packet. So I'll talk through them. If you have any questions, we can start to talk about that. But I am the district literacy instructional coach. I am a member of the academic services team, and I'm one of the 4 members that was able to attend the NWEA MAP conference that was hosted at Region 20 last month. So there were several sessions that were available for us to attend. So we take the divide and conquer tactic in there, so we can attend as many sessions as possible and get as much learning as possible from the one-day conference that is the MAP conference. So really the overall goal of MAP implementation is to create a data-driven culture within our classrooms with the students, with the teachers, with campus leadership, to look at instructional trends in the data and use those trends to adjust our instruction and to provide targeted professional development for our teachers. So looking at it from a district focus, one of the most actionable insights that we gleaned from the main opening session was that NWEA has updated their norms. MAP is a nationally normed reference assessment that will measure a student's academic progress from beginning of the year to middle of the year to end of the year as it's administered throughout the year. And so generally we have looked for 10 points of growth from a student over the course of the year. This year with the updated norms, we're looking at more like 13 points of growth from beginning of the year to the end of the year. And the reasoning for that is not that the test is easier or that students are not making as much progress. It's because they have added a plethora of assessment items to their item bank. They've added thousands of assessment items. So now our students are truly being tested on their grade level, as opposed to previously if you had a high achieving 5th grade student, they would be getting material that they could read at their reading level, but it may be testing content that they wouldn't have received their instruction on until 10th or 11th grade. So when it is creating that student's perfect, targeted, projected plan, students are seeing a mishmash of items from various grade levels. Now they're seeing more of their grade level content, and so you should see more growth from a student from the beginning of the year to the end of the year as they're being assessed on those grade level items. And so that enhanced design, we'll see the impact of that throughout the year in there. And so we'll communicate that with teachers through the PLC meetings. And as students are goal setting with their teachers, they'll look at that with those number references to say, if you are starting out at this score of a 186, we would expect 13 points heading to that. So what would be your projected goal? What goal are you setting for yourself? And they're looking at this individual goal setting in there. So from a leadership standpoint for our campus leaders, there were several sessions on key strategies for increasing student growth. And so really looking at how are we communicating from an academic services team to campus leadership. What are those expected growth goals? What are reports that we can be looking at each administration and between administration? Because really with MAP data, we get 3 data points throughout the year. So we have the beginning of the year data point, and we've got the fall semester to adjust our instruction and target differentiated instruction for our students from that data point. Then we reassess at the middle of the year and adjust instruction or target professional development from there for the spring semester. And then at the end of the year, that data point will show us the cumulative growth of our students throughout the year. So those reports that we access throughout the year will help us to then create knowledgeable leaders who are able to look at that data and determine trends, and we can utilize those trends then to target professional development. Throughout the year, we can lead teacher collaboration in PLCs and then help our teachers then use those data trends that they're seeing to really provide ambitious instruction with our students, with those quality student discussions of really looking at their student growth profile and looking at here's where you have scored over the last several years, or the last several administrations as you've been in this district, and you've seen your growth. You can see the trajectory that you're on. You can look at the instructional areas. If this is where your strength is, these are where some gaps are. These are tools that we have that can help you. So IXL, as mentioned earlier, is one of those tools that can provide differentiated instruction for students. MAP and IXL integrate so that a student's MAP RIT score, which is their individualized score, that will tell you what their instructional areas are that they need to work on, that they have those opportunities, and also what their strengths are. That will align with the IXL program, so that way teachers can utilize that tool in their classroom to continue to target student growth, as well as what they're doing in differentiated small group instruction or even whole group instruction based on what trends they're seeing. If the majority of their class is struggling in an instructional area like vocabulary, then they may put more scaffolds into place that we discuss in PLC as we're looking at the internalization of another unit and looking at how can we target diverse vocabulary instruction. What sentence stems are we providing for our students to ensure that they are able to collaborate and use that academic vocabulary in their daily discussions as they are reading and writing across content areas. And so there were some sessions on specific content-based sessions such as reading and writing across the content areas and data specifically in math instruction or in reading instruction. And there were some tools that were provided to look at, such as there's a MAP reading fluency coach. So we utilize MAP fluency, which is another part of the program, to assess our kinder and first grade students for dyslexia. However, another component of that we could look further into is using that tool to provide some more differentiated instruction for our students that MAP fluency targets the students that have some flags that may need some additional instruction in there. So that may be another tool that we can look at as a district standpoint in there. But looking ahead, after the middle of the year administration, which will be given in January, there are several reports that we can look at with campus leadership and with teachers in PLC meetings, such as the achievement, status, and growth, which is a chart that provides a quadrant that says these students are high achieving and high growth students. So they are your top 80 kiddos, all the way down to your kiddos who are low growth and low achievement, and then your middle of the road in between there is kiddos who are achieving well but aren't growing. So your high kiddos that are stagnant. But then also your high growth but low achievement kids, your kids that are growing tremendously but still have some significant gaps that need to cover. So there were reflection questions that were provided in one of the sessions that we will be utilizing in that middle of the year PLC with kindergarten through 5th grade teachers as we are disaggregating that data to really get them to look at those individual students and where they fall in each of those quadrants to make sure that we are increasing student learning for everyone. And so how are we truly transforming instruction for all students in there? And then another tool from a classroom standpoint was looking at how do they provide the transformative 10 strategies in there. So how do we look at some things that we are doing in the classroom to optimize instructional time. So how can we provide supplements for learning to retrieve that practice? So how are we implementing tools like IXL or targeted small group instruction to optimize that instructional time to where our kids are getting what they need based on the data that we have? So how are we mixing whole group instruction based on what trends we see that the entire class is needing versus I've got this small group of students that need some more instruction in phonics. So I'm going to target this. How do I build that into the master schedule? How am I ensuring that I have that time in there? And then also, how are we exposing students to more content? So there are some strategies given for that, such as differentiating tasks within a unit. So as we are looking ahead and planning, based on the data that we already have, whether it's from unit assessments or whether it's from the map group assessments or other data points that we have, as we're looking ahead, what gaps do we see that our students have, and how can we close those gaps with the instruction that we're planning for this upcoming unit, or how can we extend learning for students? You've been busy tonight. Sorry, now I can turn this way too. I can turn around. So how are we really compacting our instruction to ensure that we are enriching where students already are where they need to be and extending their learning so they're continuing to grow? And how are we scaffolding for our students to close those gaps to get them up to grade level to ensure that they are making that growth towards grade level? But then also, how are we empowering students? And there were some strategies given for that, such as creating opportunities for self-directed learning, which is where a tool like that individual student profile report becomes extremely important, especially in that goal-setting process, where you can actually sit down with a student as the teacher and look at, this is where you are, this is where you need to be, what IXL lessons can you work on, how are we going to target this? When is your plan to do that? So having those conversations with students all the way down into the elementary level and having a targeted plan for students to work on in there. But also, how do we use student discourse as a formative assessment? So how are we providing students opportunity to engage in rigorous discussions? How are we allowing them to engage in critical thinking and critical conversations with each other using that academic language to access the depth and complexity of the text in there. And then finally, how do we explicitly teach or pre-teach academic vocabulary so students have that schema and background knowledge across the content areas to understand and access the information that's being taught in the unit. So all of these various considerations in there, from the campus lens or from the classroom lens, really it was all about how do we enhance collaboration, so at the campus level with our campus leadership, how do we enhance collaboration amongst teachers within the PLC, but then also how are we enhancing collaboration with the families and engaging families in their child's education with those reports that are sent home with parent and teacher conferences or with student parent conferences so that students are able to communicate, this is where I am and this is where I need to be based on the goals and the norms that are set forth for them.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments? I kind of heard the piece in there where you were talking about, being able to gauge where they are and where they need to be in that academic movement and the students. Is some of this going to be able to be, I don't know if integrated is the right word, but supporting the TIA goals that the teachers will be having for that allotment?
Yes, so currently our kinder through second, third grade. Third grade. Who uses them? Third second? So for our teachers that are utilizing MAP as their pre and post test assessment, then yes, those growth goals will be communicated to them so that way they know this is what our students are looking for that progress towards their growth. But overall, we're looking for student growth in there. So getting our kids to make progress towards those goals they have set forth for them. And then it also provides a differentiated score for all students, right? So like for instance, my fifth grader, I'm going to throw her score out there is like a 226 in reading, which is a very arbitrary number until you see it on that norm chart, where you look at that, it's really an equivalent of a 7th grade reading level, right? And so looking at, so how do you grow a child from where they are to where they need to be? Because it's not just growing them from the beginning of your kindergarten point to the end of your kindergarten point. It's looking at where they started and where they need to get to based on those goals and the growth that's set for them. And those goals are set forth by the MAP program after that administration.
And I would say those 10 items that she was going over, those are just good teaching strategies. So how we are able to roll this out and roll those supports out, those are places where an educator can assess, you know, do I feel like I'm doing that well? Do I see evidence of that in my students' mastery? Or is that perhaps something I need to seek some more professional learning in, or talk to somebody in my PLC who does that well and say, can I come watch? Because I'm having trouble integrating whole group and small group, or I'm having trouble getting that level of rigorous discourse where the students are willing to have that conversation and show me that they're able to master it at a high level. So I think those were very succinct items that could be applied to any teacher.
I think one of the powerful things that we have here in this is that we've had I know at least our kids, I think they're probably even a little bit older. There's enough data in there to show our current 8th graders, the ones that have been with us since kindergarten, we have fluency data and reading data that can kind of go back. And I guess one of the questions I have, because I'm a huge proponent for this, because it does show the growth. And I think that we do it, I just don't really remember because I'm not looking at it. But in January or February, will we be able to kind of see our beginning of year to middle of year data as far as like projections to where we think our students are going to be? And I'm mainly interested because I am curious about, I know that we've been using Amplify here for a while. Now we switched to Bluebonnet. We have a new math curriculum, and I'm kind of interested to see if we're still seeing, you know, if we're seeing a benefit, because I know that was one of the concerns. We need to shift away from, I wanted to shift away from one of the math curriculums because it was not working for us, and just to kind of see how that compares as we go into the testing season. And I think it's part of our normal agenda deal to do that, but I don't really remember. But based on, if everybody has a good understanding of what this does, which is great, because this does explain to everybody what math is supposed to do for teachers and kids, to be able to see what that data is. And I would think, I think your mid-year ought to be sometime in January, beginning of February. So I mean, it would be mid-February probably before we'd have the data there, but I would like to see.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will share that data. I do want to caution about correlation versus causality, because I do think that the implementation over time of any new curriculum takes some, to use the big words, the internalization, right, that teachers get to hear about, right, that internalization, but really becoming so comfortable with the way the curriculum is structured, understanding the resource, understanding how you're going to utilize it as an educator, and so there's a bigger picture, I think, to look at, but absolutely we will have that data. And I think overall for you guys to understand the new legislation regarding the STAR test, what was asked was to have the ability to have this beginning of year, mid-year, and end of year, and the ability to use MAP since we already were. And what ultimately came out of the legislation is something that is being debated at this point, because it was never agreed upon in the actual law that if you didn't use what TEA created, you have to pay for it yourself. And so that is some of the things that I think you're going to hear in pushback, because MAP would not be that approved resource, and MAP is what many districts, including our district, are currently using. So I think this was a great opportunity for them to see the reset with MAP, as MAP is a nationally normed assessment, and being able to kind of see where all of the United States falls, and what the effects of whether it is COVID or just the learning environment for all kids across all states is, and then how our kids compare, and then being able to articulate that with parents. Because I think it's easy when you are an educator and you understand the test, but how do I as a parent
take that data and make it actionable at home, and how I'm supporting my student, how I'm communicating with their teacher, and now these opportunities for required conferencing, educating our teachers about how do I lead that conference and help parents get through the data and understand what it means. So I'm grateful that you guys went to the conference, and I look forward to seeing that being flipped out to our teachers and to our administrators to really help facilitate those conversations.
The little blurb we got was really intriguing to me, so that's why I wanted to do this. So thank you very much for, this is also a very thorough report. Thank you.
Yes, thank
Very
you.
good. Any other questions before she leaves? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we are going to move into item 10, the consent agenda. Before I ask for a motion on that, is there any discussion that needs to take place on any of the consent agenda items?
I just have one thing I want to ask on 10F, and it's the TASB update. So I know all the legal policies reflect just what's legally changed. It's over 3,000 pages. One of the things that I didn't see in here that I guess for future, because I know they offer it, on the local policies, especially the redlined items. So, because I was trying to go through and see what exactly changed, and specifically, I'll actually tell you specifically what I was curious about, was the DGBA local, because they changed so much about the grievance policies for employees, for parents, for students, and so many districts are actually going through the process of DOI in order to really kind of put it back. And I'm not familiar enough with what our existing local policy here was compared to all of that. I know there would be a lot of red line in there. And so I guess one part of that is in the future when we have one this big, if we can see that, that would have helped me kind of sift through all that. Right now, I'm just kind of going, okay, we threw it in there. Hopefully our local policies reflect whatever needs to go. And if y'all are comfortable with that, that's great. And then the other question is, are we looking at DOI going forward on any of the changes that they've now said you can do on that, or are we not looking at that at all?
Can I start just with the red lines? That we do have the red lines, and they should have been uploaded as part of your packet. If they're not, we can have those. It's page 130. The DGBA is page 127 of the local policy packet. There's two, but I have to double check to see if we uploaded the right things for you. But I can walk my computer over.
I could have missed it out, because I was really kind of looking for that one, and I was like.
If you search just for DGBA and hit enter several times, it'll end up on the red line one. If it's in
It shows
there.
up a bunch.
Yeah, and if not, I can walk it over to you. I got it on my computer right now. As far as the DOI piece, that is something, once we get this policy adopted and we have it in place, then that's when we would then take it to our DOI committee to consider whether we want to pursue a different path than in the areas that we have that option.
Yeah, I do know that in speaking with the district board attorney, it is something that they have encouraged, that is a possibility for you. Based on our most recent grievance, I felt like it actually worked. Taking it directly to the person that can remedy, right? And I think as we see these play out, we'll see whether the previous construct of the level 1, level 2, level 3 is more productive than this new system. I think initially it was very daunting to me that if I have a grievance with somebody, that would not be the first place I would start. I think we always respected that process as, even if you know you're already going to disagree with this person, at least we as adults are meeting and having this hearing together and having that conversation. So I think hearing that, no, you can no longer, if there are issues with the principal, start with the principal. I think my initial reaction was, I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like this last process we went through with the grievance of following this new law, which we had to do without DOI, actually was much more expedited rather than having to go through a level 1, a level 2, and then a level 3. If ultimately the board is really the only one that would have been able to make that decision. So to Dr. Kaufman's comment, we're going to update the policy to follow the law. But yes, the discussion of whether we need to convene a DOI committee for this specifically has come up, and talking about would we want to DOI the grievance process and return to that. I will say that the person who put forth this bill is very pro-ed, and so some of the conversations have been, don't bite the hand that is feeding you, in relation to that. I still think, that is a local control issue, so certainly we'll be communicating with you guys if we feel like this is necessary, but it really is a little bit of trial and error.
Well, and I think the piece that most people are concerned with is the fact that under the new one, you can file your grievance, and then even on the day of, you can bring up things that you haven't brought before that no one even knew anything about. And
That
so,
is true.
In terms of doing that, I think that's been a big piece, is that people just wanted to DOI out of that, because it really puts whoever's hearing the grievance at a real disadvantage, because typically here's what you're complaining about, this is what I'm going to hear, and you hear it all, but then all of a sudden it could totally shift to a
It
different direction.
could, and what I understand of the new law that I think gave me some peace of mind with that is, even for example, if we directly go to the board, and the board is anticipating that this is the grievance that would be filed, but the night of, that person says, oh, by the way, here's 10 other things I'm going to add that you had no pre-remedy for, you had nothing in the sheet for, which again is totally allowed, you could defer it back down a level to say, because this is just being brought to us, we're now going to ask for administration to investigate those things, and we will bring it back once that has been investigated by them. So you can essentially, at the highest level, revert it back down for further investigation.
It just seems like that might be the way.
Yeah. But yes, we have considered the DOI for that. And then, of course, we got to experience agreements under the new law. So,
It was just,
wrapping
there
back.
was a lot of changes, and
Yep.
a lot of things, and I was looking at it today, and I apologize, because I was
Missed
looking
the
for the
red.
red line, I don't know if I kept looking at the same one or what I was doing today.
It's a lot of paperwork. In fact, we got the bill today for this process from TASB. This particular 126 update is, 140 new legislative changes manifested in board policy. But there were 200 laws that were changed related to education. So you're going to continue to see those updates, but they will tell you this is the largest update in the history of TASB that they've made in one chunk.
Yeah, I was really wondering how they would roll that out at SLI, because it's a lot.
It is.
My question was about 10I. I saw the spreadsheet, that's not what I was looking for at all. I did not want that detail.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking specifically for what we voted on. The three, there were two we both voted on prior, on the change orders. There were add backs, right? It's cost savings.
So if you go to the spreadsheet, those are listed there.
Which ones are they?
So you'll see the latest one is, hold on, let me get to it. You'll see that one is Melissa still here? Melissa, do you have that up so you can point out the ones that we voted, the change orders that returned funds to us? The copy that I made doesn't have the red, or I'd be able to read it. If you look at, I'm sorry, it'll show.
Yeah, it just
May
looks like this.
13th.
There you go.
May 13th, the line for 1,125,000.
Of 24?
Yes. Oh, wait, no.
I was gonna say, I did vote on that
That's
one.
not partial return. No, that was a return on the GM that wasn't a return to us yet. The 51325 was 4.5 million. And what's the other one, the 100? Was that May 24?
We had the 1.2. Melissa was showing me this earlier today. That's why I asked her.
I'm trying to find it.
It's the 1.2.
Melissa, my intent was not for you to give all that, just.
RCO 26, so it's a little less than halfway down the first page. May 13th, I wouldn't really go by date order, but 26 in the first column.
So did we vote on, because we voted on 2 recently, so is that one we voted on? That's what I was asking, the 1 million.
The only one that I'm aware of that you voted on while you've been on the board would have been the 4.5 and then tonight.
I thought there was one other one in between there. I apologize if I'm wrong. I thought there was
And
one.
I could be wrong, but those were the only 2 I remembered, which is why I had her pull this, just to make sure.
In the last year.
Because we have the 1.2 is the only one before that,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
So
that was the first
1.2,
one.
4.5, and then tonight's.
There was one on the high school, and then I thought there was something on the athletic facility already.
No.
We did not have one
Okay,
in the
all right,
athletics
all
facility.
right. So when we talk about reallocating funds, that was part of my question. Have we reallocated that money somewhere? Are we
So
going to?
every credit that we've received, so how that, to give you history on where that came.
Yeah.
Bartlett Cog gives me best value letters, and those best value letters, it shows me the subcontract amount, shows me what they've saved and buyout savings, which I know because they provided me the GMP, so I already can figure that part out. They also allocate monies for work remaining to procure, so unforeseen, concrete haul off that the plumber didn't do when he had to saw cut out the concrete, things like that, right? That they know will happen, and so they'll put dollars to the divisions, just for example. So, so what happened was, at this point in time, we had all the subcontractor buyout done. And I have a spreadsheet where I had totals, and I'm like, hey guys, where's this 3.5 million? I wanted an owner allowance. I don't want you to be, and I had a straight conversation with Tim. And so all those monies that we get, those credits, so that was, they released funds back from a lot of the site grading, because by that time we were done. Like, we might have even been done with concrete and some foundations. That's why you're seeing there were such great savings at that time. So our owner contingency is actually more than what we started with, because all that money I moved back there. And then when we're doing things like ag barn, we did fencing and concrete, that money is already there out of owner allowance and isn't required to.
And my question was more on the bond side, not the construction piece. Because when we talked about reallocating money,
Right.
it could only go to certain parts of the bond.
It can only go to that bond.
Sure.
If the funds were raised for that bond, so the 21 bond had elementary in it as well as high school, and so, as well as buses. So any of the funds that remain after you have substantial completion of the project and you get those funds back, the board can allocate. So if we were looking at, for example, and I'm just going to give an example, if we know with Elementary South, originally in the GMP, there were portions that were asphalt. So if you wanted to say, hey, we received this money back and we want to now upgrade that to concrete, that would come back to the board to say, do we want to allocate that? Which you could, because your 21 covered elementary as well. But yes, all projects would have to be completed, finished. We know that the money is available there, it would come back to the board. The only other situation legally is if there's no other place to spend that money that falls within that bond, and then there would have to be a conversation with legal about how can the board vote to reallocate those funds.
Sure, so that's where I'm coming from is, number one, what is that number that we're holding on to till the end of the bond? That's all I was trying to figure out. And number two, there was a wonderful walking tour of the facilities the other day, and I know months ago we talked about how can we figure out how to get the fancy purple and gold seats on the home side. It would be wonderful to match with, if Paul can do his wizardry or whatever legally. Okay, have some. Just doesn't have to be an immediate no. Give me some hope.
The budget on the athletic side is much tighter.
It is
and
also.
and we've already used
It's also, or just
Two different
pause you, it's two
Yeah.
different bonds.
No, I understand that, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, how are we keeping track of that too, where at the end, when we don't have, because we already got more money for another elementary, how do we go about figuring all that out? That's what I'm trying
So
to.
he is keeping track of each bond, what monies are still available from that bond. So as we get these buyback savings returned to us, or our contingencies returned back to us, those are going in and are allotted and documented into that bond.
Okay.
And we, once every, so when we have reallocated some of those monies from the profit to do the drainage, that money came off of, what we did was we reduced our, the purchase order we had for the GMP, okay, and took that money and reallocated it into that line item, and then part of that went to a separate line item that to keep track of where that belongs.
Yeah, and that's where I was coming from, is we have money going from one bond to another on that one.
No.
Well, no,
We did
but
not.
that was athletic facilities.
It was not, it was drainage for the high school.
It was drainage for the high
Okay,
school.
that's what we,
It's drainage for the high school, and I have a separate bill for it.
If you had built that athletic facility without addressing the drainage at the
Sure.
high school, it would have flooded the high school.
okay.
Yeah.
So, is that on the report anywhere, that savings, or can we get that on those financial reports?
You don't probably see that much detail. I can try to work something up to show
That's all
where
I was
we
asking
stand.
for and all that, so I
Let me
so
see
know.
if I can work something up that will show where we stand on those savings, and I'll get with Melissa and make sure I've
Yeah,
accounted
this
for
was,
everything.
yeah, I'm sorry, I did not mean for that to happen.
So basically, there's the bond, and in
Yeah.
that bond, we have GMP for construction, then we have the allocation for the other items. So we all I stay within my construction world, and then communicate with Paul on, hey, is there some savings forthcoming? I need to buy buses, because buses were part of 2021. I'm like, buy buses, Paul, we're good.
And,
So-
and keep in mind too, that when we're issuing stuff, so we call it the 2024 bond issue, but part of that money came from 21, and I've got all that separated out, and part of it's 2024, so I have separate lines for all that to try to keep track of everything.
But to the question of, because there were specific dollars allocated not only by the district for contingency, but also the contractor, and there were also contingencies related to escalation. So if at the end of the project, things worked out well and you're going to receive those monies back, we are going to likely be coming back to the board to say, based on that, and based on where we are legally allowed to use it within that bond, these are our recommendations, board, to, improve or upgrade certain aspects of the building. Or in the case of the 21, because you do have, they were originally allocated for elementary, you have some flexibility in elementary south, so that, again, if it were to be something like the asphalt to concrete, you could make that adjustment based on that.
Sure, and the whole question, the premise is to know what we have,
Yes.
to start thinking down that road.
Correct.
That was the whole premise of the email.
And I think that is what Bartlett is trying to do in releasing, as soon as they are able to know that we won't be using.
Sure,
these.
I get this side, I'm just saying us as a collective group, start thinking about those things down
Right,
the road.
and I think one of the things I would recommend is, unless it is something specific that is missing from a legal requirement, for example, an ADA apparatus, something like that, that I'm going to say, we're not going to move children into this building without that being available. We don't need an OCR complaint. And that falls within the 200 allotted to make an adjustment. What I'd like to see is that we move into the building, get those numbers solid, and then we come back to you after our staff has lived in that building and said, wow,
This works and this doesn't.
we really need this and it did not get accomplished, or is it possible for us to do this? And we start to see those things. We have taken note along the way of the process and those change orders that I've been able to do. We've been able to correct some of those things, and I know when we went on the tour, we pointed those out. But then we'll come back to the board with a more comprehensive plan. But because we have the flexibility in the 2021, I also want to be mindful of what we're doing at South, so that we're not seeing it holistically as, hey, here's this chunk of change to put back into the high school solely. We have the opportunity to round out needs at potentially both campuses.
Just based on one of the things you said, I know we can do this, but I just don't know for how long. So if the funds come back into the project, those funds can earn unallocated interest. How long can we retain those funds and earn interest on those funds that would therefore create additional revenue that we could use on Elementary South or the high school to make those changes? Is there a time frame that refund from 21, we would have to have it allocated and or spent on either the new elementary or on the high school?
Right,
or can
right.
we just kind of sit there until we see what the need is and earn that interest that
We-
we can use for other things?
What I have been told, and my understanding of it is that what I am in now on 2021, when from the 20, we'll call it the 2021 bond issue, when I issued the first set of bonds, I am on a, that what they refer to as, how did they put it, I'm restricted, supposed to be restricted on what interest I can earn. But I have, out of, I think $9 million left, I think is what's in that account. Almost the 98% of it is sitting in those state and local government security overnight funds, which allows us to earn interest and not have any worry about arbitrage.
And we can do the same thing with these funds as well.
We could do the same thing with the 2024 bond issue as I've gone forward, but that's not as critical. We aren't to that juncture yet. Usually, that's
No,
usually at the end
with
of.
what we're returning here.
Well, what's returning? Okay. We're back to.
I'm really not addressing 24.
I know, but we're back to two buckets.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's 2024 issue that I sent out included money from 2021 that is covering, and some of that money has come back through there. Everything that I think is available right now in 2020, the original issue, is all in those slugs. The other part of that money is out of that 2024 bond. We have basically around 3 years before I get to that yield restriction problem.
Okay.
Okay, so is all of that related to I?
Yes.
All of that related?
Is related to I.
Yeah.
It was because all I was trying to do, get an email, was to just total clarification of what's our total savings at this point based off the change orders we've approved, so that we then can make sure we're understanding that we need to be looking for those things.
Right. So when your brain thinks like that, when it does do that,
It goes spastic.
that's that would be a great discussion item, so that we're not, like, we could pull it out of consent, we could have pulled it out of consent and discussed it. But like what you and I were talking about today, my thing was, is if you come across something and you think it's like, you're like, no, we're gonna pull that, I don't wanna do it. I want us to be able to be proactive on that and not on the other end. So like this whole discussion, like we probably should actually have an actual discussion about this next month, because there's a lot of information here, and I'm not exactly tracking because we're in the middle of consent agenda. So.
But it would be better to do that now and have the discussion, being that it's in consent, than for you to say vote on it or not vote on it. I understand what it's asking for now, just based on the conversation, but.
Sure, and I am happy to provide, I think where I got more detail is when I saw timeline of the change orders, and so I'm thinking every change order we've done, not just.
That's a hard thing for me, because I operate a lot of times in the change order world she's operating in, but then our change orders.
And
So
my
I was
change
just trying to confirm
Yeah,
our
separating
change
out
orders
the budgets
and not
as
talking
well.
about.
Yeah, so I would also suggest, is that if you have thoughts, I wouldn't wait until you can wait. Send your suggestions in, because as we're building and creating and out there, I need those seeds in the back of my head when I come across those conversations of Barbara Cox sitting down and hey, listen, we have money to give back to you. And I go, okay, wait, where are we at? This is my wish list of things. How do we incorporate that in and get
Our
it?
facilities and planning committee put together a list of things that we would consider if And when we're in this situation?
We have not gotten to that point, and that is, I mean, I'm happy to bring back a discussion item on this, because I think what we are doing right now, as these numbers are starting to solidify, and we're starting to get to the end, because like I said, you know, we are finding things that we're like, no, that needs to get taken care of, so before you hand me all the money back, I still want to be able to utilize those contractors and subcontractors under the GMP. Because once we pull that money out, then we are going for a whole separate process of RFP, RFQ. We're going through all of these steps that right now we have the benefit of a contractor to do. So what I'm doing with Melissa right now as we walk the space is checking and saying, where is the lift for the booth in the auditorium? Where have we already acquired the equipment we need to maintain the building, the lifts that maintenance will need to change out the lighting that is as high as it is, the the floor equipment we'll need to adequately maintain the flooring that we have in this building. So we're still looking through those needs lists before we're going to accept all of the money back, so that in buying that equipment, we are still under that process of the GMP with a contractor. And so once we've solidified that more, I feel like we'll be more comfortable to come to you with, now we're looking at about this much. But at that point, I'm also hoping, because we're going through, hope is not a strategy, so I will be knowing that what we got in our bids for the elementary, to know where we have some more flexibility there, or where we may need to ask you, board, we really need to be able to do this at the elementary, and so we see that as an advantage place for us to go. So those are recommendations forthcoming. I don't think we're quite there yet. I would say within the next month, though, we should have a better picture of that to bring to you.
So I have a question, just because I want to understand what you were saying, and that you feel like this needs to be a discussion. So are you suggesting that 10I be pulled and we not vote on it? Or, and I guess the reason I say that is that we've discussed it, so I'm comfortable with it now.
Yes.
But had we not brought it up, when the rest of the board just voted on it, nobody would have said anything, had the question not been asked. And so that's a concern for how things get put on the agenda for me then. And you're saying we should vote on it, because it's very clear what it's for now, based on the question we're asking. But it may not mean everybody else. But then again, are we putting things in consent that really shouldn't be in consent when the rest of the board really doesn't understand what's going on?
And so there will likely be another return, if that helps you make a decision on this one,
Right.
and then what the next.
And that's why we
discussion
felt
will
comfortable
entail.
taking it into consent, because you will still see return coming that will cover what I just shared. Hence, we didn't feel it necessary to have a huge discussion about it, because honestly, I wasn't expecting it. It's just Bartlett's ready to release this now, and so we feel confident in taking those funds now, knowing we still have plenty of contingency that will be coming back to us later.
To answer your question on the record, no, I think we need to vote on it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, anything else, or any questions about the questions? Okay, if there isn't any other discussion on any of the consent items, then I'll request a motion from the floor.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Lacey and seconded by Dan. Any further discussion? Okay, and we'll move forward with a vote. Joel Frederick,
Yes.
Dan Reinhardt.
Yes.
Lacey Gosh. Yes. Becky Stevenson.
Yes.
Clint Scheid.
Yes.
Donna Gillum. Yes. Melissa Sartain. Yes. The consent agenda is approved 7-0. All right, at this time, the board is going to go into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551076 to deliberate the district's security measures, including a review of the district vulnerability assessment full report and related safety and security information. 551074 to discuss the duties of the superintendent related to the discussion and consideration of possible pursuit of sanctions against a certified educator for abandonment, resignation of contract without good cause pursuant to policy DFE legal and Texas Education Code section 21105C. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551074 to discuss employment and resignations of professional personnel to include teachers and other professionals. And pursuant to Texas Government Code 551072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Any action will be taken in open session. The time is 9:13 and open session is suspended.